Hello and welcome to the Shahid Vijay Singh Patik Sports Complex here in Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh for day 2 of the ICC Intercontinental Cup match between Afghanistan and Ireland. Day 1 saw Afghanistan winning the toss, deciding to bat, and that's how they ended up. 96 overs, 357 for 6. With the captain Asghar Stanekzai, 110 not out, a fine innings from him, his third first-class 100, and good support as well from Mohammad Shahzad, who looked destined for 100 of his own before he got out in a rather soft way. Nasser Jamal, he made 73. That was a very good partnership indeed between himself and Stanekzai. And it was hard labour for the Ireland bowlers during the course of the day. Alongside me, Anjum Chopra, the former India captain. Here's some highlights of the action on day 1. Good morning to you, Anjum, and it really was a day dominated by Afghanistan's batsmen.
Good morning, Brian. Good morning to everyone around the world. Yes, all the Afghanistan supporters will be happy as after seeing whatever unfolded. This was the first dismissal which Andrew McBride got for the Irish team. Of course, the day being dominated by the batters. Till the time the leg spinner got into action, Anderson picked ahead of Shinwari. He came in to pick up a couple of wickets, but largely it was the batsmen's game right through the day. They were livid on anything which was short, which was anything outside the off stump. Had a lot of loose deliveries being thrown by the Irish bowlers. Of course, the day belonged to the skipper, Asghar Stanekzai, who came up with his 100 before the end of the day's play.
Late wickets for Ireland. They put a smile on the face of the Irish, because at one stage it was 318 for 3, so they rallied late on. There's the bowling figures. Hard labour, as I mentioned, for all 5 of those bowlers used. There's no Paul Stirling as well. He suffered a hand injury midway through the day and had to go off the ground. The spinners there, 69 overs, 5 for 235 between them. Now you might say, well, that's reasonable enough, but on a surface where certainly Anderson in particular got very sharp spin indeed, I think they'll reflect on the fact that just 10 maidens wasn't quite good enough. There were probably a few too many 4 balls, boundary balls, and as a result of that, Afghanistan were able to score at 3.7 runs per over throughout the course of the day. There's William Porterfield, the Ireland captain, and the Afghanistan batsmen on their way out. Afzal Zazai, who'll keep wicket in this match, along with the captain, Asghar Stanekzai. Fine innings from Stanekzai. 7 fours, 5 sixes, 160 balls faced in total. Lot for Porterfield to think about. First and foremost, it'll be a case of getting these last 4 wickets and getting them as quickly as possible.
Yes, it's an important day for Afghanistan. Remember, they need 20 points to get ahead of Ireland, and the only way they can get that is, of course, getting the first innings lead and then making sure they bowl Ireland out twice before the end of 4 days. This man will be the main key between the two sides. How Afghanistan go on for the day, Asghar Stanekzai has a big role to play.
And the man who will be taking strike first of all, Afzal Zazai. He hung around last night in support of his captain. It was very much a case of playing for stumps with those 3 quick wickets going down. Tim Murtaugh's going to operate from the tennis court's end. First of all, frustrating day for him yesterday. Steady, but didn't really threaten a great deal, it has to be said, and Perhaps that's no real surprise. This surface offering the seam bowlers absolutely nothing. There's umpire Nandan signalling to the scorers to make sure they're ready for action. We're ready for action as well, and we're just waiting for Zazai to settle into his stance. There's umpire Pakteen at square leg, the other official on the ground. Just a solitary slip to start with, plus a short extra cover. Here we go. It's going to be fascinating today to see how this surface plays. It was very dry yesterday, like a sort of crazy paving, cracks all over it. We saw the umpires absolutely desperate to keep the players off the surface, the business area of the surface, during the course of the day. Anjum, your impressions?
They've been pretty deep, especially for the bowlers who've been bowling on either side of the wicket. Loud shout, going down leg. Yes, it's important. The surface has been on the slower side, and as the day progresses, the wear and tear will add on to the scruffiness that has been created, or that is going to be created as the match progresses. Of course, indents into the surface from the bowlers run up. The center is pretty much okay, and that's not going to be utilized at all. But we are approaching now the area where a lot of cricket balls will be landed, this area, and a little further up, especially for the spinners. Remember, Afghanistan play with 3 spinners in their ranks, so they'll have a lot to offer from the wicket.
From my perspective, Anjum, just watching John Anderson and the way he turned the ball prodigiously at times yesterday, occasional wrist spinner. I don't think that's being disrespectful to say he's a batsman who bowls as opposed to a specialist wrist spinner. The prospect of seeing Zahir Khan and obviously Rashid Khan as well in action, that's a daunting one as far as the Irish batsmen are concerned, I'm sure. Oh, what a start that is. A couple of sighters for Zazai, and then down the pitch, heaving it over mid-wicket for 4. Well, Afghanistan's intentions on the evidence of that shot are quite clear. They want to get some quick runs here.
Yes, and he's got the license as well. The case was to survive last evening after especially losing those 3 quick wickets. It was clear from the skipper Stan Zai that Zazai had to hang around. The lone attacking shot that was offered from him was a 6 that he played to get off the mark. Today he's got the license to go behind the bowling and score as quickly as possible. Just coming back to the discussion regarding the wicket, Afghanistan opting for a heavy roller this morning certainly indicates that they want to just bat once and make sure they pile up those runs well enough, which help them get enough on the board to get the first innings lead and also ensure Ireland are dismissed twice as they go forward in this game. 97 gone, 3-6-1 for 6.
Afghanistan winning the toss and deciding to bat yesterday. Good contributions from Shahzad, Ramat Shah, Stanik's the captain of course as well, and Nasser Jamal. At one stage 318 for 3, just losing their way in that last session just a little bit in the face of the second new ball. 3 wickets falling after that second new ball was taken. It's going to be Peter Chase who will open the bowling from the pavilion end. So it's an all-seam attack to start with from William Porterfield. I'm sure he would have liked to have utilised a a spinner this morning, if at all possible, purely and simply because, as I mentioned earlier, we saw Anderson turn the odd ball very, very sharply indeed yesterday, but the spinners just didn't quite have that level of control that Porterfield would have wanted. And in addition, of course, the new ball just 17 overs old, so Peter Chase is going to get anything out of a reasonably hard ball, it's going to be now rather than later. It's a solitary slip, and you can see there 2 shortish mid-wickets in position. And we've got a third man as well, who's quite square, but still a third man nonetheless.
Interesting field for a chase which has been set by Porterfield. He's got a slip, which is okay. It's a relatively new ball, as you said. It's just 17 overs old. But 2 men catching on the onside just gives me a feeling that he's asked his bowler Chase to make sure he's bowling on the stumps. And he anticipates that the bottom hand that Stanigzai predominantly dominates his batting with gets into play to let the ball carry to those 2.
And in addition to that, with Stanigzai on strike, there was a deep mid-wicket in position. We saw Stanigzai hit Chase twice over mid-wicket for 6 yesterday, come charging down the pitch. Stanigzai getting his account underway for the day.
He's still not happy, Porterfield. He's still asking his third-man fielder to go slightly more straighter onto his left.
Good work from Dockrell at cover. Again, an illustration of the lack of pace in the surface there, because Peter Chase really banged that one in just back of a length, but Zazai had all the time in the world to go back. Now, one of those short mid-wickets has now come across to backward point. So that plan didn't last very long.
No, we've seen a lot of field changes happening in the middle of the overs. It just gives me an illustration of to how many times is a bowler and a captain in sync at every field setting. Sometimes you start the day with a very regulation field and you allow your bowler to settle into good rhythm and then made an odd change here or there. We've seen that the Irish skipper gives a very different kind of a feel to his bowlers. Remember, they're relatively inexperienced. Not had a lot of international cricket under their belt, so you have to give them that benefit of doubt as well.
Tough situation here for Peter Chase as well. As you mentioned, Anjem, relatively inexperienced and having to back up in hot conditions after a long day in the field yesterday, being asked to do it all again today. But a tidy first over from him. Afghanistan 362 for 6.
Nearly 15 overs each, as Tim Murtagh will probably come back for his next one for the quick bowlers. A lot of bowling being done by the 3 spinners, George Dockrell being the senior most and getting the maximum number of overs as well. And this is probably the best time for the 2 quicks, Murtagh and Chase, to be bowling. It's early morning. It's an early morning. When I say it's a 10 a.m. start, but the ball is relatively new for the quick bowlers. Have a spell of 4 or 5 overs each from either ends, and of course then the spinners can come in and do the remaining part of the bowling.
Thanks to all of you yesterday for getting in touch on Twitter. You can do so using the hashtag ICUP. Had another tweet in this morning from Telwassa in Ontario in Canada. You might remember yesterday, Anjum, she was the lady whose husband was staying up to watch the cricket. Well, she's just tweeted in and said, well, my husband was up all night watching the game and didn't go to work today to catch up on sleep. Cricket madness, she calls it. Thanks for your tweet, Telwassa. Thanks to all of you for getting in touch, and please do let us know where you're watching. It's great to hear from you. We had an enormous number of viewers yesterday, and it's great to know that you're watching all over the world at various different time zones, enjoying the action here from Greater Noida. You just can't help feeling, though, here, Anjum, that this is almost the calm before the storm, because Afghanistan, we know, need to win this match. We know they're going to have to be proactive when they bowl. And well, I, for one, am really looking forward to seeing those wrist spinners, and, of course, Mohammed Nabi, the finger spinner, in action later on. It's really going to be a trial by spin for Ireland, isn't it?
Yes, and you just sense that it's Afghanistan who's probably more keen and more eager, and the one which is going to be looking out for that big win against Ireland. A couple of reasons I say that is one, because they're playing in their own home conditions. This is the Afghanistan home ground, the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. They've been based here. More than 4 months they've spent at this venue. Oh, that should be 4. A shimmy down the wicket, trying to disturb the length of Tim Murtagh. And the kind of form Stanexai is in, it was easy for him.
Not the first time he'd skipped down the pitch either. But umpire Nandan is making the point as you're watching this replay, stop it. I'm not sure he's able to do that. But I think the point he's making to Asghar Stanexai is just stay off the business area of the pitch. It's an interesting one, isn't it? The batsmen should be allowed to use their feet, but to what extent? And again, he skips down the pitch.
I think, to be fair to the umpire, it's just not about walking down, it's about the extra bit of step that you take to take that run. As 99 overs gone, 366 for 6. This jump or the big stride down from Stanexai, and this further step forward before he sets out for a single. Some might call it smart batting, some might call it cheeky. Well, he's the captain, he knows it, which is the business area on the wicket.
Chase goes past the outside edge of Zazai's bat. And Jimmy, you still have a mind that Afghanistan are going to want to get out at around 400 or just over 400, or do you think they'll press on a little bit further and just want to bat once?
I think they would want to bat just once on this wicket, and we'll come back to that point that you raised earlier, that because it's in a home ground for Afghanistan, they would want to use these conditions. And the reason we say that it's Afghanistan who will be pressing for a win here is because they need those 20 points to get ahead of Ireland. And you see the match and you can't help notice the fact that it's Ireland who are much more comfortably placed, but at the other end they've lost their players as well. Kevin O'Brien, we spoke yesterday that he's missing out, can't do much about that, but Paul Sterling's absence from the ground is definitely not a very good news getting into the dugout or the dressing room of the Ireland team.
Yes, Paul Sterling yesterday afternoon was injured, fielding at extra cover. He left the ground and hasn't reappeared. Wasn't party for the warm-up this morning. Now it's an external blow, so it means that he can bat at any time. And I understand he did have a net this morning just to test out the injury. This is how he suffered that injury. Ball driven to extra cover. Ball just bounced awkwardly, hit him on the left hand. He stayed on the ground actually for an over or so, but then went off the ground. Oh, a little bit of a yes and no, and that's brilliant from McBride at backward point. A direct hit. And I think that would have been the end of Zazai. It's the end of the over. Afghanistan 367 for 6.
Well, this has not been the first time the confusion in the running has been evident. Straight away setting off for a single. Unsure whether he has to go back or make his ground. Ball watching there, Zazai.
He's been excellent at backward point, Andy McBride.
Was always a single. I thought he was just trying to ensure that the fielder hasn't got to the ball. He didn't really anticipate that it can be a brilliant stop and it's not going to be a couple of runs, just a single. Just ball watching Zazai. Thrice. Since yesterday it's happened with Stanek Zai with him.
Niall O'Brien standing up to the stumps now. There's a little bit of an ego issue sometimes with opening bowlers when they see the wicketkeeper up at the timbers. I'm sure that won't be the case with Tim Murtagh. He's experienced enough and he knows there's so little in this surface in terms of pace.
Butterfield is at short extra cover and catching for that uppish drive that can come from Zazai's bat. It's very evident that Tim Murtagh will be rolling his fingers over the ball, using the change of pace. And a big factor as well is going to be stopping either Stanek Zai or Zazai from taking a shimmy down to the wicket towards the bowler. With Niall O'Brien coming up to the wicket, that just stops, or at least is a more cautious approach from either of the batters to be aware that they can't miss the ball. So they are 100% sure before they step out of the crease.
Coming back to that injury to Paul Sterling, off the field for at least half the day yesterday. Of course, what it also meant was that William Porterfield was denied a bowling option too. Sterling regarded as one of his frontline spinners. Here's that injury again, how it was suffered. Nasty, the ball just bobbling up. Straight away he knew he was in trouble, did Paul Sterling. But as we mentioned, because it's an external blow rather than an internal injury, even though Sterling's been off the field for, well, half of yesterday and all of this morning so far, he can still bat wherever he wants because of the nature of that injury. But whether he'll be able to bat through the discomfort, that remains to be seen. We understand he had a net this morning. A couple of painkillers will be required, I'm sure. I think it's the top hand, his left hand, that's been injured.
Oh, that was good running. Zazai, sensing an opportunity of picking up a couple, he dashed down for the first one, called back Stanningsai loud and clear, so that there's no confusion. Good ball to end the 101st over, 3-7-1 for 6. Yes, you spoke about Sterling's injury. I think the physios have definitely got a big role to play in making sure that the player is free of pain when he takes the field. The injury cannot get healed, obviously, in a day, but as far as possible, if it doesn't pain at the time of the impact between the bat and the ball, that's where the role of the physio come in, and kind of expertise that is there on offer. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to manage that, hoping that they're able to manage it.
Should come back for 2 quite comfortably here. Ed Joyce out at deep square leg. Well, there's a couple of issues here, I suppose, in terms of the Paul Stirling injury. One is whether he'll be able to bat comfortably during the course of this match, and Ireland really will need him to bat. There's no question about that. But in addition to that, of course, there's a long season to come back home. He's contracted to English county side Middlesex. As we mentioned yesterday, he's been struggling to get a game in multi-day cricket, in county championship cricket, but he's one of the first picks in terms of limited overs cricket for Middlesex. But then in addition to that, there is of course Ireland's international commitments. They've got 2 one-day internationals against England at the beginning of May in Bristol and also at Lords. Not matches that players would want to miss out on. And then on top of that, there's a tri-series against Bangladesh and New Zealand. That's also in May. So I'm sure that'll be in the back of the support staff's mind, and indeed in the back of Paul Stirling's mind as well, depending on how severe the injury is. In terms of this situation, this match here, Paul Stirling, of course, listed to open the batting, but Ireland have got a couple of players who can slot in and fill that role. No ball. Ed Joyce normally bats at number 3 in these ICC Intercontinental Cup matches, but opens the batting in the one-day international. So I would imagine if Stirling's not able to open the innings here because of his injury, then I would guess that Joyce would slot up the order alongside William Porterfield, who's batted at 3 in the limited overs matches, but will open here, I'm sure. Clearly a no ball from Peter Chase on that occasion. But these are the sorts of headaches that Ireland can do without in this sort of situation. They're up against it on this surface. Losing the toss yesterday was bad enough. He's had a pretty poor run of things with the toss though, hasn't he, Anjem? William Porterfield on this tour.
I asked him at one of the tosses during the one-day series, after it fell in his favour. He said, yeah, tosses is something that is definitely not in control, but as long as the people in the dressing room are tuned on to what they've got to do next, it's good enough. He's had one of those tours where he'll have to be batting right up there. He's done that as well. Had a century in the first one-day international. He's got a lot of batting to do. He's got a lot of fielding as well, and to manage his players with injuries. End of the over, 3-7-4 for 6.
He won the toss in the first 2020 international. And the third. But he only won one toss in the one day, so that was the fifth and final one.
A game apiece for Afghanistan and Ireland in the Intercontinental Cup. One game ending up as a draw. They've had a lot of cricket against each other, these two sides.
Yes, there's a lot of mutual respect, but also they've had their run-ins too. The series in Ireland, the one-day international series last summer, that finished 2-2 with one washed-out game. One of those one-day internationals featured a very controversial run-out of Ed Joyce. When the ball was hit out to the boundary, the Irish batsman thought that it had gone for 4. They'd stopped running. The throw came in from the boundary. Bails were removed, and Joyce was given run out. Joyce then responded with 100 in the next game. He was certainly very frustrated with the way things had panned out. So that caused a little bit of animosity, I think it's fair to say. But these two sides, they're almost like prize fighters, really. They are the best of the best when it comes to the second tier of international cricket, the associate game. So there's significant bragging rights on offer between these two sides. Yes, it was a very controversial moment when Ed Joyce thought he'd hit the ball for 4 and was eventually given run out. And I think some of the Irish fans have got pretty long memories when it comes to that.
A couple of runs here. He's coming back for the second, as I pretty evident from the fact that there's a little bit of urgency in that running between. And you can certainly sense it, that these two consider themselves a class apart, far ahead of the competition in the second tier teams in international cricket. You can actually sense the competitive spirit which is on display when either of the sides are up against each other, and especially if it's a final of a competition.
In effect, this is the final. It's only a round robin this time, this edition of the ICC Intercontinental Cup. But if Afghanistan can win this and then win their last 2 matches, then they will win the title. Win it, also claiming first innings points, I should add. But if Ireland can get a draw here, or even lose with first innings points, then they'll certainly be in the box seat to lift the ICC Intercontinental Cup as well. End of the over, 103 overs gone, 376 for 6.
Stanexai batting on 118. Zazai is partnering him at 16. Motoring on as Afghanistan 376 for 6. Peter Chase to continue. Again down the wicket, time to swing the bat on the onside. Good chase this. Certainly stopped a couple there down at the boundary.
Morning, Andrew. Morning, everyone. Afghanistan, Ireland, around the world. Got a little bit of footwork here. We're just going to see a replay of this. So Joyce just getting his foot to that and stopping it. He's a Tottenham Hotspur fan, so quite a surprise he managed that.
It's been a good start for Afghanistan. 34 of 82, these two.
Just strayed the last couple of balls, hasn't he, Chasey? I was impressed with him yesterday. Young bowler, still finding his way. And has bowled again well this morning. Actually managed to beat Zazo outside the off stump this morning. The number of times the ball's gone past the bat from the quicker bowlers is...
I think the bowlers have started well, both Chase and Murtagh. They've been pretty straight on. A few deliveries, as you mentioned, did beat the bat, but largely they have been much more disciplined in their line and length. Drifting into the pads. Just a single in the previous occasion. At least the width that was on offer for the Afghanistan batters outside the off stump till now has been very much controlled by the bowlers. They've been happy bowling in the line of the stumps. Good ball. Good delivery. Pitched up. Just a hint of an angle into it. The right-hander. End of the over. 3-8-1 for 6.
Attacking the stumps in that over. Not looking for the edge outside the off stump. But, Chase just moving his line across a little bit. .381 for 6. So those early wickets that Ireland were looking for this morning. Still elusive. A few fans over there with Larry Leprechaun is here. He's made the flight. There he is. There he is. We had Larry Leprechaun amongst the Ireland fans over there, pitching his tent. There's Larry, look. He's been at all Ireland's great successes. He was in the Caribbean 10 years ago when they won that famous game against Pakistan. He was Bangalore. He's travelled around New Zealand and Australia with the last World Cup as well. Larry Leprechaun. The beard's false, ladies and gentlemen.
17 runs here. Oh yes.
Good to see support inside the ground for the Ireland team. There must be 20 or 30 fans who've made the trip from Ireland. Larry Leprechaun actually lives in Australia, so he's come up that way. There's Derek, who's Derek Dockrell, father of George, who we haven't seen bowling yet this morning.
Ah yes, Mercy.
Former president of Cricket Ireland, Robin Walsh, is here and looking splendid in his blue shorts this morning. Roy Torrens, the former team manager, who looks splendid in anything, to be honest, Roy. He's in the ground as well, and lots of travelling fans. Murder trying to get things, keep things tight, but that's quick single up to mid-on. Oh, look at that last delivery and quick single. Going for another quick single and again home comfortably. Frustrating for the bowler, this. Trying to keep the runs tight.
The fielder at the mid-off and mid-on are slightly deeper where they've been standing, deeper than the regulation mid-on and mid-off field setting, and that's why it gives enough time for the batsman to cross over. End of another over, 3-8, 3 for 6.
Want to get in touch with us? There's the hashtag #ICup. One or two tweeters this morning being very complimentary about yourself and Brian on commentary. Well, one. Yes, Mohammed saying thank you, Andrew and Brian, for the commentary. You guys rock.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'll say thank you from Brian's front as well, since he's just stepped out of the commentary box.
Well, we saw his dad in the crowd just now, and we're going to get Dockrell Jr. onto bowl. George, the left armour yesterday. He's the senior Ireland spinner. One or two of correspondents on Twitter suggesting how many Afghanistan will be looking to get. 450 plus, says Waleed. Thank you for that. Hakimi is watching the game from California. Has to be up tomorrow to go to work, but it's well worth it, he says. You Afghanistan fans out there on Twitter, how many do you think your side are going to get here? What do you think? What do you think they'll declare? Let us know. #ICup. We'll try and read them out. Let us know where you're watching from as well. This tweet, of course, going all around the world. We had some wonderful locations yesterday. Dockrell then, the first sign of spin on this second morning.
Just 4 overs for Peter Chase, and George Dockrell immediately been introduced into the attack from the pavilion end.
Pushing it through in these first couple of deliveries.
Yes, he's not trying to get any of the variations going in, understandably so, just wanting to get his line and length going. Interesting that he's trying to pitch the ball up. He's trying to get the forward shot like fielder into play if at all. The ball pops up onto the onside. Chase just gave away 10 runs, but possibly just maybe would have got another over from him. End of Dockrell's over.
Tidy maiden. He wasn't at his best yesterday, George Dockrell. I thought he bowled a little bit too short generally, allowed the batsman to play him off the back foot far too often. Having a chat with the keeper. There we are. We've found him, Robin Walsh, former president of Cricket Ireland, and I think you'd have to agree, Anjum, that is a splendid pair of blue shorts he's got on.
I think the shirt is also the similar color, David. I don't think it's too far behind. What do you have to say of that color? Possibly you must go down to him, David, and ask him, do they make any more fabrics of the similar kind in different colors?
You'd like a pair of shorts like that.
I'm sure you're a traveler, David. You can pick up stuff from Ireland, from Thailand, any of the lands you travel to next.
Plenty of very good tailors here in India as well. I'm sure could knock you up a pair of shorts like that. Robin Walsh, who was president in 2013.
Easy, make sure, bud.
Arguably Ireland's most successful year. They in non-test cricket they won the last edition of the I Cup that year, and also won the T20 and 50 over tournaments for the teams below test match level. Robin Walsh, who is a fine man in a bar, tells a very good story. I think he entitled his memoir of that year, Mine's a Treble.
Great job, Tim. Great job, Timmy.
Andy McBride there on your screen. I'm sure we'll see him in action. He's probably the pick of the Ireland bowlers yesterday, the off spinner. I think since that peak for Ireland in 2013, their fortunes have waned a little, and Afghanistan have certainly come through and are without doubt a better T20 side than Ireland. 50 overs, nip and tuck, pretty close. And Ireland have certainly started the 4-day campaign better than Afghanistan, but that of course doesn't mean to say that they're going to continue that here in Greater Noida. Somebody else who looks as though they didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
.385 for 6, Afghanistan. Yes, we spoke about this yesterday. The rise of Afghanistan cricket over the last decade. They've made rapid progress up the ladder. Look at the teams outside the test playing nations presently. They definitely put their hand up and are looking to get counted at the level where they want to get that test status in their favor. And if you look at the number of years that Afghanistan has been around, it's been really an uphill climb for them over the past decade. They look like a team which is out on a mission, trying to really make sure that the world stands up and notices their rise. Like to say, it's early days for them in international cricket. The idea is when they get to that point where they become one of those recognizable teams playing all three formats of the game, and then they make sure they continue to stay there. So getting to a position is one thing. Maintaining a stance is definitely another one.
Nice, bud, nice. Oh, buddy.
Zaza has looked compact this morning. He's done away with his helmet. He's very sure that even if he tries to play the horizontal bat shot, it's going to be much in control with his bat. Warm conditions and getting warmer by the day here in Greater Noida.
Comfortable single. Good to see from Afghanistan's point of view, talking about reaching a standard and maintaining it, that they do have a couple of very fine younger players coming through. We talked yesterday about Stanikzai and Nabi having been on the whole journey. They were there in 2008 when they were playing Division 5. But it, you know, like Rashid Khan, 18 years old, coming through, he's going to be here for a long time.
What a beautiful shot that is. Complete control of that shot, but look at those powerful wrists that came down on the ball. Picks up 4 runs on the last ball of the over.
He's hitting there against the turn. Away to the boundary for 4.
Growing in stature and confidence, Azai. The skipper at the other end, making sure he continues to string together an important partnership. Batting at 19. And every now and then looking at the skipper, who's just reminding him to ensure that any loose deliveries from either of the bowlers. Stimota has bowled 19, bowled a 5-over spell this morning. Peter Chase bowled a 4-over spell. Dockrell back into the attack. Ensures that he offers the straighter bat to all the spinners or all the bowlers that are getting ready to bowl, as Andrew McBrien is introduced from the far end He replaces Tim Murtagh.
Thought he was the pick of the Ireland bowlers yesterday. Economy was good. Bowled good lines. Down the pitch and into the single straight away. Tim Murtagh there at a deepish mid-off. He's not going to be saving a single if the batsmen both go from the moment they hit the ball. Very much an in-out field at the moment. Four fielders on the boundary, and Murtagh's pretty deep at mid-off.
Sometimes you call that a position of a 3/4 position, which is neither to the boundary nor close in, as Stanek Zai gets a free hit. Pitched up delivery, got to the pitch of the ball and hit it through the line. First six of the morning.
Got his hand through that. Let's have a look again. Just set himself, didn't he, and launched through the ball. Tim Murtagh, I think, will now see him right back on the ropes. The ball's disappeared out of the ground.
It's gone closer to the tennis ball grounds. Somebody's gone around to fetch it.
Somebody's found it. Thank you, sir.
He loves going through with a shot, Stanek Zai. He likes to clear the infielders, especially the boundary riders. Got powerful wrists. We saw that in the previous over that Doctoral ball, the last ball. Those powerful wrists coming into play and the ball being dispatched to the wideish mid-on region. This one again. He's a powerful striker. Anything pitched up, he really fancies going after it, Stanek Zai.
Really launched. You know, the thing with this shot, Andrew, is the way he just sets himself just for that. Got himself in a good shape to play the shot. And
yes, he's got a good eye for it. He knows that that's his strong point. He's extremely good. The area in front of the wicket, especially from the mid-off region to the mid-wicket. He sets himself up. He looks for that fuller length ball that is thrown at him. And he positions himself accordingly. Very rarely have I seen him missing a straighter ball. .398 for 6.
Naqib's been in touch. He's watching from Texas. His wife apparently is not happy about it because it's midnight there. Ellis Warren in Newcastle. Not sure whether that's Newcastle, England or Newcastle, New South Wales. And we asked you on Twitter how many you thought would be a good score for Afghanistan. And Adil's been in touch. He says, I think around 480 to 500 will be a decent score. There's Paul Sterling. He'll get to bat later. He had a net, and if Afghanistan do get to a 480, 500, he'll have a big role to play. One run there. Adil is watching from Maidstone in Kent.
the strapping on his index finger on the left hand, just indicating that it doesn't look good. Down the ground, has he cleared the man? Well, at ease. 6 more runs.
It's not the biggest ground here, but my word, these Afghanistan batsmen, both yesterday and today, have been clearing the boundary with ease. Dockrell now putting a man back at long on, but he would have needed a ladder if he was going to catch that one.
Went a flatter 6 to that boundary from Zazai. And just one close-in fielder now. Slip. That's the only man catching for Zazai. Immediately the man from under the helmet went back. Porterfield at short or mid-wicket. The man's been deployed at the boundary at the long-on region as well. Long offs in position. Deep extra cover is there. And Zazai plays it back to the bowler. 405 for 6.
Syed's been in touch on Twitter. He says, what a captain's knock from Asghar. Looking forward to his 200. I think you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself there, Syed. He's on 137 at the moment, but certainly it would be no surprise if the Afghanistan skipper were to go on and make a double century here. Most of you on Twitter are suggesting that around 500 would be the score, 480, 500. Who had Amin watching from Virginia, USA. Good score would be 480. Good job of keeping things tight here. So far in this over, McBrien, it's almost one day bowling this is, just looking to restrict the runs. No air at all, no flight. Off the pad, yes, leg by.
Nearly 15 overs up in the first hour of play. .406 for 6, and should be time for the first innings break.
Tough work for the Irish, no wickets this morning. This 7th wicket pair pushing on. 15 overs in that first hour. Afghanistan, you would think, will bat on past the lunch break, which will arrive in an hour. We'll just take a short break here.
If you want me to listen, yeah, I'll take the cameras.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
If you want me to take it. So drinks taken after the first hour of play here at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex in Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, on day 2 of this ICC Intercontinental Cup match between Afghanistan and Ireland. Let's have a look at some highlights of the first hour's play. 49 runs scored in 15 overs, no wickets down, and the partnership between Asghar Stanikzai and Afsar Zazai continuing. They came together late last night with the score at 346. So they've added 60 runs so far, unbroken for the 7th wicket. And that's the bowling figures so far. 5 bowlers used, no successes this morning. Once again, hard labour for the Irish attack. George Dockrell will take up the attack after the drinks break from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to Asghar Stanikzai. And straight away, Stanikzai down the wicket, over long off, all the way for 6. Well, whatever he had in his tea, it certainly has done the trick. What a lovely shot that was. David Townsend alongside me, and that was delightful.
I think that's as clean a hit as we've seen in this, 3.5 sessions. No doubt of where that one was going, Brian. For a minute I thought it might have got all the way up here.
Lovely use of feet as well. Full extension of the arms. Lovely clean hit. Peter Chase at long off, just a spectator. Rather unsurprisingly, the body language of the Irish out there at the moment, a little bit down. You can understand that.
You can, because they'd have come out here this morning thinking, we'll get these last 4 wickets, and maybe looking to chase down something in the region of 420, 430. Going to be a lot more than that now, Brian.
Yes, I had a chat with one of the players before the start of play this morning, and he was saying to me that, look, by their own admission, they didn't bowl as well as they could have done yesterday. I think we called that up here in the commentary position. There weren't enough dot balls, there wasn't enough pressure built on the Afghanistan batsmen. It's a lovely shot off the back foot. Zazai getting in on the action. He's timed that one absolutely superbly through extra cover. Wonderful shot.
That one stayed hit, hasn't it? My word. Crashed away.
As a result of that shot, deep cover is being moved a little bit wider, more towards extra cover. And long off brought into the action. Peter Chase, a single for Zazai. He'll keep the strike. 12 runs off that first over after drinks.
I think that signals perhaps that Afghanistan are now going to really put the foot on the accelerator and look maybe at a lunchtime declaration.
That was that boundary for Zazai. A lovely shot off the back foot. I'm always a little bit confused by lunchtime and interval declarations, frankly, because surely as a member of the batting side, what you try and do what the opposition least want you to do. As we can see, there seems to be a little bit of a problem there for Stanikzai. He's going to take some sort of painkiller. I think he's indicating there he's got a problem with his right hip. So an over after drinks. We're getting more drinks. And a third partnership in the innings in excess of 50. Stanikzai and Zazai with power to add after 200 stands. Mohammad Shahzad and Ramat Shah for the second wicket, 106. And for the fourth wicket, Jamal and Stanikzai, 144. Some treatment being administered there for Stanikzai. Well, he's been out there for a fair amount of time now.
Just wondering when that last over when he hit the six, Brian, perhaps he just put so much into that he's just tweaked his hip.
Strawberry shake. Hold the fries.
Well, this is Asghar Stanikzai's highest first-class score now. His previous mark was 127. That was against Papua New Guinea earlier in this edition of the ICC Intercontinental Cup. Just coming back to what you were saying about declarations, David, and a lunchtime declaration, frankly, even if it was just a case of getting Ireland out on the field for one ball after lunch, I would do that. A, to get the bowlers to strap their bowling boots back on, and B, to give the batsmen just 10 minutes between the time that they have to leave the field and go back out there, rather than 40 minutes to have a sit down, have a shower, get refreshed. Don't declare an interval. That's always my maxim.
I certainly wouldn't disagree with that, Brian. The one advantage, of course, is that you do actually save the 10 minutes.
Big shout for LBW. Not out. Stanikzai looking to be cute with the reverse sweep. And he must have just got his pad outside the line of off stump there. That's what umpire Nandan would have decided, I imagine. Got a good stride in. Maybe it was turning past leg stump as well. Enough doubt, certainly, for umpire Nandan to say not out. Maybe there was even a little bit of bat involved.
Slips moved over to leg slip. Oh my word, that was a good shout.
Well, it certainly didn't look there as though it hit him outside the line of off stump, did it? I can only assume maybe there was a little bit of a feather, maybe a glove or a little under edge on there, but it was certainly worth a shout. agricultural from the Afghanistan captain, giving himself a little bit of room. And the bugle certainly seems to have sounded here, David, after the drinks break. Afghanistan upping the ante now.
Yes, but again, he didn't look comfortable playing that shot, did he? That hip is giving him problems.
That one keeps a little bit low, and that'll be something for the Ireland batsman just to have a look at and reflect on. Look at that. That was barely half stump high. As I said when I was on commentary with Anjum a little bit earlier, Anjum Chopra, the former India captain, I can't help feeling this is a little bit of a phony war at the moment, what's going on out there. Afghanistan setting the match up, if you like, and this is how they're doing that. But it'll be a different kettle of fish, you fancy, when the Afghanistan wrist spinners in particular get into action. Out! Good stumping, good sharp work by Niall O'Brien, and George Dockrell gets a wicket. As his wonderful innings comes to an end, just beaten in the flight, using his feet, but he never got to the pitch of the ball. Sharp spin again for Dockrell, and very neat work indeed by Niall O'Brien behind the timbers. So the 7th wicket goes down, the first wicket to go down for Afghanistan today, and it's Asghar Stanikzai.
Yeah, he's run past that one, hasn't he? He's looking to get a move on. Dockrell's really fired that past him, and good work from Niall O'Brien. Skipper getting justified applause as he's gone off 145. That's a wonderful innings. He's played some great shots, and finally out. Plenty of applause as he's departed the arena.
I think it's Rashid Khan who's coming out at number 9 for Afghanistan. Coming out with the departure of Asghar Stanikzai. 9 4s, 7 6s, a highest first class score for him. But all good things come to an end, and it's George Dockrell who's dismissed the Afghanistan captain.
Ooh. My word, that was sharp spin.
Has turned a long way, and we know that George Dockrell isn't necessarily the biggest spinner of the ball. And as I say, I'll say it again, a little bit of a phony war this at the moment. Before those Afghanistan spinners get to work, that's when we really will be in the business area of this match. Can Ireland's batsmen cope with the threat that those spinners will present?
A ball that spins that much, Brian, is it, in fact, almost the only dismissal that's possible is a stumping, because it's going to beat the bat. You're not going to get an edge, and it's certainly turning far too much for an LBW decision. So that really did turn and bite, or even bite and turn.
William Porterfield just putting on some shin guards to go in close. Helmet's been brought out for him as well, the Ireland captain, and a little bit of extra protection there as well. Well, one man who certainly would have taken notice of that previous dismissal was the man who's just come to the crease now, Rashid Khan, a man who's been a real thorn in the side of Ireland's batsmen on this tour. He's got some batting to do himself now.
Second success for Dockrell. Still the chance for Dockrell or McBride to finish with a 5 for, of course.
Done like a dinner there, wasn't he? Came a long way down and was never at the pitch. Lovely bit of bowling that from George Dockrell. Strays down the leg side. Dockrell frustrated with that. It's a free hit really for Rashid Khan, and he takes advantage by getting off the mark with a boundary. And that really is the story of what we've seen from Ireland in this innings. Pressure build up and then the release.
Dockrell won't be happy with that.
Oh, that's delightful. Eased through extra cover by Rashid Khan. That's successive boundaries for him. Peter Chase can't chase that one up. That's nothing more than a push there, wasn't it?
Proper cricket shot though that was, wasn't it? It was just beautifully timed. Beautiful shape to his body. If we watch that again, look at that. That's glorious. That's the shot of a proper batsman.
That was the sweep shot previously. So Rashid Khan, successive boundaries for him, and just taking the shine off that over from George Dockrell. First success of the day for Ireland. Afghanistan still very much in the box seat. Remember, Afghanistan began the day at 357.46. Andy McBride now.
Very much a leg stump attack here. Slips move over to leg slip. He's bowling to a 3-6 field. Almost through.
There's three men on the boundary at deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. Yes, you're not allowed to bowl to a field like this anymore in limited overs cricket. Not allowed to have 6 fielders on the onside anymore.
Good little game of cat and mouse this between McBride and Zaza. And a maiden over here, if he finishes this off, it's a little minor success, isn't it, for the fielding side? It just lifts the spirits a bit.
Yes, the spinners yesterday bowled 69 overs between them and only 10 maidens. There weren't enough of those. But that's a maiden now. Well bowled by McBride. 428 for 7 remains the score.
Said it before, he's the pick of the Ireland bowlers yesterday. Andy McBride, and you look at his economy there. Experienced Tim Murtagh top. Nothing in the pitch for Murtagh's seam bowling, but managed to keep a bit of a break on the scoring.
We've seen 4 of those 5 bowlers used today. No sign of John Anderson as yet, the leg spinner. Well, the experiment with a short leg for George Dockrell for the new batsman Rashid Khan didn't last very long. Portfield now short extra cover, which is where that previous boundary from Rashid Khan went. And he gets to field the ball now.
He does look a very good cricketer, doesn't he, Rashid Khan? We've seen plenty of his leg spin.
Well, he's only played one first-class match, David, and got 12 wickets in that. 12 for 122 against the England Lions in Dubai in December. But also in that match, he got a half century. Got 52 in one innings and 25 in another. So he knows which end of the bat to hold. There's no question about that. Porterfield now going from that short extra cover position into Silly Point. Yes, and it's been a happy little time for Rashid Khan. Picked up in the Caribbean Premier League draft, picked up in the Indian Premier League draft for in excess of $500,000. So life's pretty good for him at the moment. And he's bowled. George Dockrell strikes then, 2 wickets in successive overs. Rashid Khan, having hit successive boundaries in the previous over from Dockrell, danced down the pitch and actually ended up yorking himself.
Life not quite as good as it was 30 seconds ago for Rashid Khan, and 428 for 8. Ireland have just dragged it back a little bit in the last couple of overs from Dockrell.
Rashid Khan gone for 8, 28 for 8 the score.
That's what we've seen with the again, we saw the pressure there. We saw a maiden over from McBride. We've seen the first 3 balls of the over, got balled, and the batsman has danced down the wicket, given his wicket away. Zadran can bat as well. Another tail ender for Afghanistan, who's no stranger to giving it the long handle. He won't die wondering.
He's a lovely clean hitter, isn't he, Dowlett Zadran? He'll have a role to play with the ball as well, of course. He's the one recognised seam bowler in this Afghanistan lineup. One presume he'll get an opportunity with the new ball, but he is an exponent of reverse swing as well. So one would imagine that if required, he would come back later in the innings when the ball was scuffed up a little bit. It's likely to be on this dry and very braced surface. But 3 wickets for Dockrell, and yeah, as David Townsend mentioned alongside me in the last over, maybe, just maybe, the possibility of a 5 for him here, if he can mop up the tail.
Yes, if that hadn't have bowled him, I think it would have been another stumping for Niall O'Brien.
Ugly looking shot, lots of bottom hand, trying to heave it away on the onside, but as I mentioned, just ending up yorking himself really.
Ugly looking shot for someone who played such a beautiful shot in the previous over.
Forward short leg addition now, once again Porterfield. And 7 fielders saving 1 as well. Big shout for LBW.
Was a long way forward, but would have pitched in line, straightened. Would have been close.
Umpire Pactine at this pavilion end saying not out. Let's have another look at it here. Yeah, I suspect it wasn't turning enough. I think it probably would have just carried on and missed leg stump. Certainly a good shout though. And Dowlett Zadran, having come out with inner gloves, decided to have a couple of deliveries. He's had enough of having trainer gloves inside his batting gloves, and he's sent those off. So interesting to see now how Zazai plays with the tail for company. Well, here's our answer. Putting that one out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll come back for 2. I think that's the substitute fielder, Jake Mulder, up there.
Bang bang, yeah. Come scroll.
Just about 35 minutes to go before the scheduled lunch break. Oh, that's lovely from Zazai. Absolutely delightful. Full face of the bat. Hold the pose. All the way into the side screen, smashing into the side screen for 6. Beautiful shot. The 14th 6 the innings.
Probably the straightest.
Follows it up with a fine sweep. That'll be 4. No way for Chase to cut that one off.
What was the question you asked at the start of this over, Brian? Was it how Zaza would approach things? Number 10 batsman out there?
Well, 2.64. I think we've had our answer. There was the 6. What a lovely clean strike that was. Bang, straight into the side screen.
What a great bit of camera work as well, following the ball there across the skyline.
End of the over, so Dalat Zadran will have strike. Oh, a little bit of afters as well as we watch that replay. The sweep from Zazai. But Zazai having shimmied down the pitch to push that ball back to Andy McBride. McBride then picked the ball up and threatened to throw down the stumps. A little bit of frustration out there for Ireland, and understandable, I suppose, in that they've been out there for an awfully long time now.
He's from the northwest, Andy McBride. You don't take liberties with a northwest man. Plays a little village side called Donamano, who punch well above their weight in the senior reaches of Ireland cricket.
Dockrell to continue, bowling to Dalat Zadran. He gets a thickish outside edge. Off the mark in far from convincing fashion, but he gets a boundary all the same. These runs rattling up on the scoreboard. 444 now. Remember, Afghanistan began the day at 357 for 6. The view of the boundary. Pushing with hard hands, getting the outside edge.
Just enough on it, take it past Gary Wilson's slip.
Pitched a long way outside leg stump.
Certainly more turn for Dockrell here on this second morning.
Yes, I think we would have predicted that. The surface started off very dry yesterday, it's got even drier. The end of the over, just the 4 runs from it, 444 for 8. Here's points table of this ICC Intercontinental Cup, and this is why this match is so important. 20 points on offer. You get 6 points if you lead on first innings, 14 points for a win, so you can get a maximum of 20 for a victory in a match. You can see Afghanistan, if they can get those 20 points, move above Ireland with 2 rounds of matches to play. If Ireland can get 20 points here, well, they'll be 39 points ahead of Afghanistan with just 2 rounds to go. So we've seen 4 bowlers this morning for Ireland, and here's the 5th, John Anderson, the leg spinner, just in time for the arrival of Jim Chopra alongside me.
Thanks, Brian. A couple of wickets coming in the previous session, but I wasn't here. But standing back and watching, I think the spinners of Ireland will be happy with the fact that they've really found their pot of gold. We're managing to the ball to turn and bounce.
What a shot that is from Zazai, short from Anderson, his first ball of the day, but that's gone to the cover boundary like an absolute rocket.
Complete loosener from Anderson, shot outside the off stump. We've seen plenty of such deliveries being thrown by the Irish bowlers right through this game. Since morning, just a couple of them, but Anderson, I think, was just a gentle loosener.
Ed Joyce was out there on the boundary, probably only had about 10 or 15 metres to move to his right, but he had no chance of getting round. He's actually been swapped now with Dockrell. He's gone to backward point. Dockrell's gone out onto the cover boundary. 48 now to Zazai. And that'll bring up his 5th, will it? Misfield on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but the batsman can only take the single. Well, a couple of very friendly deliveries from John Anderson to start proceedings.
449 already. Will be unhappy that he missed out on this. Should have picked up more than a single, Zazai. But record declaration should be just around the corner, if not earlier. Got runs on board, another half an hour, just 25 minutes away from the lunch break.
That brings up the 450. That single to backward point for Dawlat Zadran. 450 for 8 in the 119th over.
That's a good figure to come out and defend for Afghanistan.
Zazai on 49. He's got 1/2 century to his credit in first-class cricket previously. That was on debut, actually, against the Netherlands in an ICC Intercontinental Cup match in Sharjah in April of 2012, when he made 84 not out in the second innings. And there's another 1/2 century for the wicketkeeper. Very nicely played indeed. An attractive innings from Afzal Zazai. He came in late last night when Afghanistan had lost 3 wickets in relatively quick time. And he's played a very fine hand indeed. 4 4s, 3 6s. It's been entertaining, no question about that.
Another Afghanistan batter gets to a milestone. Everyone who's batted for the team has managed to get a good start. Barring Hashmatullah Shahidi. 451 for 8.
Just chatting about that declaration, Anjum. I was talking with David Townsend a short while ago. If a declaration is indeed to come, that's assuming Afghanistan isn't bowled out, I always work on the basis that you do what the opposition don't want you to do, and maybe the way to go here for Afghanistan is just to declare before lunch and give Ireland a little awkward period when the batsmen have to rush off and get their pads on quickly, and they have to come out for 5 or 10 minutes perhaps, and the bowlers can go full throttle and then have a sit down for 40 minutes. I always think that a declaration at an interval rather defeats the object, because the batsmen get a little bit of rest before they get to start their innings.
Should be at least a couple for Zazai. He's timed it well and he's dashed back for the 2 runs. Yes, I would agree. But if that has to happen, it has to happen the next 10 minutes or so. Umpires wouldn't be calling the players lesser than 10 minutes for a changeover required. It's just about 22 or 23 minutes before the lunch break actually happens. I would have possibly thought somewhere just after the first drinks break the declaration could have happened. Stanza was still batting out there, and they were going well enough, Zazai and Stanza, scoring at a brisk pace.
Of course, you could also say that this surface is not going to get any better for batting, so if you're going to get your runs, get them in the first innings and get as many as you can.
Ideally, you would want to do that. Yes, get as many as you can. But just because as a team you're in a comfortable position, just got one eye onto the scoreboard and one eye on the time left in the game, time left in the day as well. Because from here, Afghanistan has batted themselves in a position where they cannot lose the match until unless Ireland really sets the ground ablaze with higher scores in the next 2 days. Once you've assured yourself of not losing a game, the next target is how much pressure can you deploy on the opposition that they are coming out there and making those mistakes against you. 2 men catching around the bat for Zadran.
Yes, it's worth pointing out, of course, that this is a 4-day match. It's not a 5-day match, as in Test cricket. So we do have a finite amount of time to enforce the result, and Afghanistan do need to win this game.
End of the over. Yes, if it was just about playing out the game and playing it for watching good cricket or doing your records a favour, improving on your personal statistics, then it was a different story altogether. But because these 2 teams are playing for a result, and between these 2 teams, Afghanistan is really pressing for that result. So the onus lies on Afghanistan to really make a bigger impact, because Ireland in any case are ahead of Afghanistan in the points table, as we just showed you. Getting in excess of 450 runs on the board, good position to go out there and amass as many as possible. That one eye has to be on the time that they give their own bowlers to bowl out the Irish team twice.
Pulled away by Zazai again, and again he's found the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. He'll be frustrated about that. Just the single. Well, John Anderson, in his over and a bit so far today, has dropped short on several occasions. This, I guess, is a reflection of the fact that he's a batsman who bowls rather than a front-line bowler. He'd have toiled yesterday. He bowled 14 overs in the field all day. It's hard for him to come back and just drop onto that line, drop onto that length. Asking a lot, isn't it?
He's got 2 slips there, Brian. So certainly Porterfield thinks very highly of him as a bowler, or he thinks of Zadran to be as a ordinary bat. Take your pick.
Yes, we'll let our viewers make up their own mind on that one. But the ball before last we saw steered to that second slip position, and again it turned very sharply. That will certainly encourage the Afghanistan spin bowlers looking on from the sidelines. Tweets continuing to come in, thanks for them. Having a tweet from Najib, watching in San Francisco. Goodness knows what the time is in San Francisco at the moment, but thanks for your tweet, Najib. Keep the tweets coming in. Well, that has to be a wide, surely. Oh, it's been led off by umpire Nandan. I'm not quite sure why. That was almost off the cut area of the pitch by the time Niall O'Brien gathered it. End of the over, 455 for 8. So we've got about 17-18 minutes to go before the scheduled lunch break. Already 98 runs added in the day by Afghanistan for the loss of 2 wickets. Pretty satisfactory morning session for Afghanistan, you would have to say, Anjum, I think.
Yes, I think they would have thought to have got these runs slightly earlier, especially with Zazai and Stanek Zain, but I thought they batted really well, picked up those 1s and 2s. On the other hand, I thought Irish bowlers came back stronger. Both Peter Chase and Tim Murtagh were spot on in their 4 and 5 over spell that they got early morning. But Afghanistan certainly have batted themselves in a good position. And you feel that the Irish fielders also realize this. They're just a little more watchful of the boundaries that they need to protect. The body language is a little slow on the ground. They're not rushing into it. They know the break is around the corner. They sense that they will be asked to bat any time now as the lunch break nears. And as a bat, especially if you're an opener or a top order bat, you start switching on that role of being a batter and just identifying the fact that you will be taking stance and getting ready to face the new ball.
456 for 8. Yes, we were chatting a little earlier, weren't we, about who will open the batting for Ireland, because Paul Stirling has been off the ground all morning. He was off the ground for half of yesterday as well, after picking up that hand injury in the field. He would be able to open the batting because it was an external blow that he suffered rather than an internal injury. He can bat at any time of his choosing, but whether he's able to bat, that remains to be seen. There he is, sat in the dugout. I think we can see there he's got some sort of little splint on his finger on the left hand. Swing and a miss from Zazai. So if he's not able to open the batting, then one would presume that it would be Ed Joyce and William Porterfield who would do so. It's run fine, Wilson Fields, and it's signalled as a bye. In fact, I was wondering if there was a little bit of a glove in that or some pad, but no contact at all. It just flicked off Niall O'Brien's pads in the end, in fact off his glove, looking at that replay. awkward one for the keeper down the leg side. And again, turn past the outside edge. Encouragement for the Afghanistan spinners, you fancy?
Just the very fact that the toss fell in the favour of Afghanistan and they were in a position to go out there and set the tempo of the game, score those runs first on, you get use of this fresh wicket, identifying the cracks as you just did. While at toss, it's going to be a slow wicket. I think the Afghanistan bowlers knew the fact that their best opportunity of going out there and beating Ireland is if they're able to put runs on the board, because they do fancy their spinners coming in handy and making the impact against the Irish batters. For sure, these are good signs for Afghanistan bowlers. 4-5-7 for 8.
The interesting thing with that delivery that we saw in that over from Anderson go past the outside edge of Dalit Zadran's bat was the fact that it was from the business area of the pitch, if you like. It wasn't out of the rough. There was no rough that the ball was turning from. It was just turning, well, basically from a middle stump line. It turned very sharply indeed. There's how things stand at the moment for Afghanistan. Remember, they began the day at 357 for 6. So they've added exactly 100 runs this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. Those 2 wickets to go down. Asghar Stanikzai, the captain, and Rashid Khan. There's no desperate urgency from these batsmen out there at the moment, so it doesn't indicate to me that a declaration is imminent. It just illustrates what we were talking about a little bit earlier, that Afghanistan are saying to themselves, well, this pitch isn't going to get any better, so if we're going to get our runs, let's get them in the first innings.
And Zaza seems to be pretty content picking up the single, exposing Zadran to the spinners. Not that he cannot bat, he definitely uses the long handle very well, Zadran. I'm sure the discussion between these two is also the fact that about 10-12 minutes to go, can he really chance his arm? Can he take the fielders on as they are just closing in? Tempting Zadran now, Porterfield and Doctor. Go over them. That's where the fielder was not stationed, and that's where you don't expect the ball to go once a left arm spinner is bowling. Gets a boundary at the fine leg region.
Well, he's laughing down at Zadran there. I could have sworn he's got an inside edge between his legs. We'll have a look at the replay here to see if we can make out what actually happened. Yes, he's actually got that. He's managed to get an inside edge between his legs. That was, well, you couldn't do that if you tried.
I want to say, but it seems like a well-placed cap that he found on that field. Oh, how did he miss that? Oh my word, Dockrell knows it. That Zadran seems confident that he planned it that way, that he missed that ball.
Well, Dockrell was setting off to celebrate. He was on his little charge out towards extra cover, celebrating the fact that he'd bowled Dawlat Zadran.
Well, you'll have to say the ball missed the stump.
There he goes, George Dockrell. So near yet so far. Yeah, really good leave in the end by Dawlat Zadran. George Dockrell's convinced that ball actually clipped the off stump. But the bails remained in place, and it's the end of the over. 462 for 8. A little pat on the shoulder there from Niall O'Brien, and that suggests to me that maybe it did just clip the off stump. Let's have a look now. There goes Dockrell off towards extra cover to celebrate, but it was a little bit premature, I'm afraid. And now off he goes out to deep cover.
2 men catching on the offside, 1 slip. And that's a boundary. Short outside the off stump. Rocks back as Zai. Nobody patrolling that area.
It wasn't all that far away from Ed Joyce, who's the squarer of the 2 men at short extra cover. But it was hit with such power. Not for the first time we've seen Zai go through that offside off the back foot with real force. Again, bounce and turn for the leg break bowler. Tweets coming in from all over the world. Farhad tweeting us from Birmingham in the UK. Mohammed Akkar from Denver, Colorado. Payman tweeting in from the States. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, he says. Serious amounts of coffee, I would imagine, being drunk around the world by various supporters tuning into our feed. And again, lavish turn. Just the single for Zai.
Passionate cricket supporters and cricket followers around the world. Just the very fact that everybody can tune in at their opportune times and look at the game. Goes world over. Available on the ICCcricket.com website. And I think it's a great way to spread the game. And the games are covered on other mediums as well. And when they're covered on the internet, I think just the very fact that everybody has that access of logging in and watching live action unfold, are very much aware as to what's happening with their respective teams, with their performances and their favorite cricket stars as well. End of another over, 4, 6, 7 for 8.
So 29 overs have been bowled in this morning session. Remember, 96 overs constitute a day in the ICC Intercontinental Cup. We've got about 6.5, 7 minutes to go before the lunch break. So Ireland just a little bit down in terms of their over rate in this morning session, although we did see some treatment for Asghar Stanikzai at one stage immediately after the morning drinks break. He had some problem with his right hip. George Dockrell going in search of what in the last over proved to be an elusive 4th wicket for him. Ed Joyce out at deep mid-wicket. There'll be some tired bodies out there in the field, Anjum, won't there? Among the Irish players, it's well, we've seen a breeze blowing across the ground from deep cover to deep mid-wicket throughout the course of proceedings, but it's still been pretty hot, hasn't it?
I should be nearing the 40-degree mark on the weather forecast. The breeze will just help a bit of the players, especially been feeling out there since morning, but yes, there are hot conditions.
Carl Sloan has tweeted in, thanks for your tweet, Carl, asking, do they roll the pitch between innings? They do. 7 minutes of rolling will take place. It'll be up to the batting team to decide which roller is used. Thanks for your tweet, Carl. Any other questions? Keep them coming in. Hashtag iCup. Oh, dragged down by Dockrell. Got away with that one, much to the relief of William Porterfield at short leg. a couple of rollers there.
.468 for 8. Yes, the Afghanistan team opted for the heavy roller in this morning before the start of the play, since Afghanistan team was batting, and they have the choice of selecting whichever roller they would like to do. And it's not always the size by which they fancy it. Don't really have the exact weight of either of these two rollers, but sometimes the bigger one is actually the lighter one, and the smaller roller, which is just behind the bigger roller, can be the heavier one.
I noticed actually where we park our cars at the back of the pavilion, there's a couple of enormous industrial rollers out there, but they're obviously not going to get an opportunity to be used. They're road rollers in effect for flattening concrete. Oh, that's a beauty, absolute beauty from Anderson.
You right, Tim?
Well, Zaza has been batting for a considerable amount of time, but even he had no answer to this one.
Just a teasing length from Anderson. Like the fact that Porterfield, who's standing at a short extra, is always making his player realize that he's up to something, passing on instructions, sharing, gesturing to his fielders to move left or right. Just before every ball, he has something to share.
Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Afghanistan wrist spinners are going to be licking their lips, licking their fingers, licking everything at the prospect of the way Anderson is turning this ball. Tweets coming in incidentally. Najimuddin from Egypt, Mohammed Khalid Jamal from Leipzig in Germany, Mohammed Youssef from Norway. Terrific to hear from you from all over the world, all these Afghanistan supporters. Any Ireland supporters out there, let us know where you're watching. Hashtag iCup.
Just over a minute for the lunch break to be called. Will be interesting to see whether the umpire starts another over from the pavilion end or not. Beaten again. 469 for 8. And possibly just another over. Oh no. He's teasing the stump. He's teasing the bail. That's Mr. Nandan, who's deciding whether he should pull the bail down or not. He's just adjusting the bail.
Well, perhaps he's just checking along with George Dockrell as to whether the bail's come off at that end. He was waiting for umpire Pakteen to get into position at the bowler's end, and he did get into position before the clock had ticked over to midday. So we are going to have another over, and it will be the 32nd over of this morning session. So we'll be bang on target for the number of overs to be bowled in the session. George Dockrell starting that over. Zaza wanting 2, but Murtagh out at deep backward square leg, preventing him from taking that second run. Anjem, where do you stand in terms of rolls? I know the view that we'll get heaviest roller on to break up the surface, but the reality is quite often that, certainly in modern day cricket, surfaces are so firm and so well prepared that heavy rollers don't generally do that job. They're actually packed, don't they?
Yes, you're right. They in fact help binding the surface better than actually thinking that a heavy roller is going to break the surface. Surfaces don't break like that. They were not designed to be breaking, are they? I think whatever the scruffiness of the surface is, or the cracks that we always talk about, they can tend to get wider, and that's largely the belief that if you get something heavy to roll on to it for about 7 minutes as a maximum, you can just constitute more pressure on the wicket to make those gaps wider than what they were evident before that. But I've just come to notice largely that it just helps the surface play better after that heavy roller has been deployed.
Yes, it's very much a science these days. Pitch preparation in the old days, of course, you play on uncovered surfaces, so that was a different kettle of fish entirely.
And as far as a turn is concerned that we've been talking about since yesterday, I think that was definitely an offer from ball number 1. It was just about utilizing those conditions. The finger spinners are not effective as they are not great turners of the cricket ball, especially McBride. But the moment the wrist spinners came into play, you could see that the significant turn that was on offer was on display as well.
And that'll be lunch. 32 overs then in the morning session, and 113 runs added by Afghanistan for the loss of 2 wickets. Congratulations there between Zadran and Zazai. Good little stand actually between the pair of them. And Afghanistan really rubbing salt into the Irish wounds here, keeping them out in the field for another couple of hours, and with power to add perhaps. Afghanistan beginning the day at 357 for 6, losing the wicket of their captain Asghar Staniksai and also Rashid Khan, but still a very good session indeed for the side, who used the Shahid Vijay Singh Patik Sports Complex as their home venue. Plenty for Ireland to think about over the lunch break. 4 sessions in the field, it's been hard labour.
Started off with Staniksai batting not out and went on to score 145. Stumped off Niall O'Brien of Dockrell. Came with a handy knocker from Zazai as a good partnership, but Rashid Khan departed early for just 8 runs. Zadran and Zazai have continued the good form of scoring runs at a brisk pace. 32 overs, 113 runs they managed to get. Afghanistan really pushing of Ireland every minute of the time they spend out there, pushing them against the wall. Staniksai came out strongly, and Zazai didn't fall behind as well. Started off with a big boundary down to the leg side region for Zazai, and Staniksai made sure that he joined the party as well. Strong wrists coming to play, getting that boundary. A few hiccups in the run between the wickets, but Staniksai, powerful hitter, has had a good rest over last night to muscle the ball a couple of times for a big 6. Stumped, a rare change of an angle from Dockrell, getting sharp turn to dismiss the man batting at 145. Nasty blows coming in from Rashid and as well Zaza. Till Zadran came in, got a few balls perfecting the gap down to the fine leg region, picking up boundaries and keeping the scoreboard moving. Tim Murtagh hasn't picked up a wicket. Peter Chase the 4 overs this morning, but Dockrell 3 in his 42 overs. McBride didn't pick up any further wickets, just a couple of overs for Anderson. So it's 470 for 8 for Afghanistan.
It's that 9th wicket stand at the moment, 42 unbroken between Dowlett Zadran and Afzal Zazai. So, lunch taken by the 2 teams. We'll have some lunch as well, and we'll be back in about 35 minutes time with the second session on day 2 of this ICC Intercontinental Cup match between Afghanistan and Ireland in Greater Noida. I hope you can join us then. Welcome back to the Shahid Vijay Singh Patik Sports Complex here in Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh. And we're getting ready for the second session of day 2 of this ICC Intercontinental Cup match between Afghanistan and Ireland. Afghanistan at the moment in a very strong position indeed. They began the day at 357 for 6, and this is how they stand after the first 2 hours of play on day 2. Asghar Stanikzai, the captain, going on to make 145 before he became one of George Dockrell's 3 victims so far. Rashid Khan, the other man to go down today. Those wickets going in successive overs to Dockrell. But then Afzal Zazai getting his second 50 in first-class cricket, well supported, slightly unorthodoxly at times by Daulat Zadran. Those two have added 42 so far and broken for the 9th wicket, and Afghanistan showing no real desire to close their innings, and as a result putting Ireland through some serious hard labour here in the field. Let's have a look at some highlights then. In fact, the wickets that have gone down today, there's the first one to have gone down. That's Stanikzai, the captain, stumped. And then in the over that followed, Rashid Khan, having played a couple of very nice shots for 4, rather undid all the good work with a slightly ungainly shot across the line. So a couple of wickets there for George Dockrell. He's got 3 for 138 now, the leading wicket taker in the innings. He's got through a number of overs as well, as you can see there. All the bowlers used this morning, but Dockrell the only successful man in action in the 32 overs that we saw in the morning session. Alongside me, David Townsend. Good afternoon to you, David. And where do you see things going now then?
Good afternoon to you, Brian, and everyone listening in or watching in around the world. I think we'll see. I think we'll see perhaps a happy hour or happy half hour from the Afghanistan batsman, and then a declaration. I think Zaza will be given a chance to get his 100. I know he's a long way away at the moment. He needs another 36, but a few big shots, and that landmark certainly looms into sight. And then there's a man with a few problems. We're just looking at the Ireland captain, William Porterfield. Will he open the batting? Will Ed Joyce open the batting? Could be difficult after 4.5 sessions in the field. Difficult mentally, difficult physically. And where will Paul Stirling bat? Hearing rumours that he may come in at number 6, a little whisper in the from the Ireland camp. That's not nothing confirmed, that's just a suggestion. Stirling with a damaged finger. Hasn't been able to field, so you can only presume really that it's either a fracture or a dislocation. He will bat though.
Peter Chase. Oh dear, that's a little bit sloppy from Niall O'Brien, letting the ball sneak under his gloves, and it's gone for 4-leg byes. Just a legacy, I guess, of tired minds and tired bodies.
Dived over the top of that one, it seemed to. I don't know whether it bounced just in front of him, did we? Did you see that one again? Oh, just sort of yorked him really as it went through, didn't it? Not the sort of stop we want to be making first ball after lunch.
4-leg byes to the total. Deep point, quite square, so the batsman able to come back for 2 quite comfortably. Yes, I wonder if Zaza has been given some sort of ultimatum from the dressing room. You've got half an hour or you've got 20 minutes to get as many runs as you can. If you can get 100, then good luck to you. Or whether there hasn't been that sort of instruction, just bat.
instruction would probably be to get on with it, and if you can get close to the 100, then we'll give you the chance to get to the 3 figures. Peter Chase will have different thoughts about that, though.
Well, he only needs 17 for 3 figures, but they're not the sort of 3 figures that you necessarily want as a bowler. Dawlat Zadran clips that one into the onside for a single, and that brings up the 50 partnership. And a very good stand indeed between these two for the 9th wicket, just rubbing some salt in the gaping Irish wounds. Just 13 overs for that 50 stand, with power to add. That was an interesting bit of cricket, wasn't it? Zazai advancing, and I wonder if Chase just spotted him and fired that one wide as a result.
One day wide, but of course we're not playing one-day cricket.
That was the first ball after lunch, the one that sneaked under Niall O'Brien, 4 leg byes. That's the end of the first over then, after the interval, and Afghanistan 478 for 8.
Been impressed with Peter Chase over the last couple of days, Brian. There's nothing in the pitch for him, but he's stuck to the task, hasn't he? Been there or thereabouts.
He's a big unit, and I think in time, well, I'm sure Ireland would want him to bowl a little bit quicker. But yes, as you say, there's been nothing in the surface for him, nothing in the surface for Tim Murtagh either. So, all things considered, it's been a persevering effort from the big man. So the first over after lunch bowled by Peter Chase. The second over is going to be bowled by George Dockrell. Dockrell operating from the pavilion end, our commentary position end of this Shahid Vijay Singh Patik Sports Complex in Greater Noida. The man who's picked up the 2 wickets to have fallen today. Very nearly had a third. He thought he did actually when he was celebrating bowling Dawlat Zadran. But unfortunately the ball didn't hit the stumps, or if it did, the bails weren't removed.
Yeah, there seemed to be some question as to whether it might have just feathered the off stump on its way through. Of course, the bail has to come off.
A little bit of cat and mouse there between batsman and bowler. Zadran shaping to advance. Dockrell saw him coming, fired it wider, and Zadran retreated to his crease. Well, he sliced that one over extra cover, and I think he'll get 4. It wasn't necessarily where he intended to hit that one. Dawlat Zadran, he was aiming a lot straighter than that. It sliced off the outer half of the bat, but just cleared the deepish mid-off. Another boundary for Afghanistan.
Deep mid-off must have been interested for a while there. See the gain. Just wonder if he'd been further back. Could have come in and perhaps taken a tumbling catch.
They'll come back for 2. Anderson out there at deep cover.
Another over ticks by.
Afghanistan have won their last 2 matches in this competition by an innings. They bowled Namibia out for 172 and 126 on this ground last April to win by an innings and 36 runs, and they won by exactly the same margin against the Netherlands in Voorburg. That was in July of last year, bowling the Netherlands out for 117 and 159. So they're no strangers to batting big and then rolling the opposition over relatively quickly. That's certainly what they'll be aiming to do here. And of course it bears repeating, David, that ultimately of the 2 sides in action here, it's Afghanistan who are the ones who need the victory. Ireland would be quite happy with a bore draw.
If you were to offer Ireland a draw at this stage, Brian, they would say thank you very much and snap your hand off, as the saying goes. They would be absolutely delighted with it. There's the Afghanistan card. Plenty of runs there, look. 3 half centuries plus that wonderful 145 from the Afghan captain. Bit of treatment going there for I think it was Zadran. We're getting I think he squeezed one of those deliveries via the bat in his ankle and be sore. It won't stop him. Won't stop him bowling.
Chase to continue. Sprinted the first, 1 second. They're not going to get it. Good work from McBride coming in off the deep cover boundary. Afghanistan are in the position where they need to win this match, because whilst Ireland have won all 4 of their matches so far, Afghanistan have won 3 and drawn 1. That draw was their first match in this edition of the ICC Intercontinental Cup against Scotland. A rain-affected game up in Stirling, and Scotland actually took first innings points there. Afghanistan's other win, I mentioned the victories against Namibia and the Netherlands. They've also beaten Papua New Guinea and Sharjah by 201 runs, and that was after they'd conceded a first innings lead of 151. They got 540 in the second innings, Afghanistan. Heading in that direction now, aren't they? Ireland, by contrast, an innings victory against the UAE in Dublin, an innings win against Namibia in Windhoek, and then 145 run win against Papua New Guinea, and a 70 run victory against Hong Kong. All to do, of course, with who's going to finish top of this table. Whoever does, of course, wins the ICC Intercontinental Cup, and that is a very significant thing, isn't it, David?
It is, because the ICC have promised the winners of this edition that they will get to take part in the Test Challenge, which at the moment is 2 matches home and away. 2 matches at home, 2 matches away against the lowest ranked Test playing side, which will be almost certainly Zimbabwe. Not sure what they have to do in those 4 matches. Well bowled by Chase. That hasn't been made crystal clear. Do they have to win both series, or do they just have to put up a good performance and show that they're ready to play Test cricket? Test cricket against the likes of Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, maybe West Indies. I don't think anybody's pretending that either of these sides we're watching today no one's pretending that either of these sides are ready to play Australia or India. But Test cricket, the name itself, Brian. You test yourself against other nations.
The important thing, I think, for both these teams is that they're getting an infrastructure below international level, and that infrastructure is first-class cricket and List A cricket. Ireland's interprovincial competition, that's been granted first-class status and List A status, and so the matches that will take place this coming summer, they will fall into those categories. And in February, a decision was made to give first-class and List A status to Afghanistan's domestic cricket as well, and that's so important. It really does lift the standard, and certainly from Ireland's perspective, I know we were talking about this off mic yesterday, that does bring in the possibility of overseas players coming over and playing in the domestic competitions and wanting to play in those domestic competitions because of the status that those tournaments now have, and that in itself can help drag the standard up. There are 3 domestic teams in Ireland, the possibility of a 4th, and in Afghanistan, in their first-class competition, 6 teams.
Three main centres of cricket in Ireland, Dublin, Belfast and Derry in the northwest.
Problem that Afghanistan have, of course, is it's very difficult to attract overseas players to go and play in Afghanistan at the moment. They're having to play their international matches overseas, as we are here in Noida. What a wonderful clean hit this from Dad. That's 6. Wonderful hit. Out of absolutely nowhere. Things were just drifting along nicely. It was tossed up by George Dockrell, and the 15th 6 of the innings is drilled down the ground by the number 10 batsman. Lovely clean swing of the bat, and he fancies some more there, but that wasn't quite as effective.
A little more agricultural, that one.
Well, I wonder if a closure is going to happen quite soon. I've just seen Asghar Stanik's whites down below our commentary position. Let's have another look at that 6. Thumped into the sight screen. Oh dear. Sign perhaps of tiredness from George Dockrell. He's got through an awful lot of overs in this innings so far. That's the end of the over. 494 for 8.
Looking at Dockrell walking away there, putting his cap on. Comment made yesterday that a couple of the Ireland players, Dockrell and Ed Joyce, down there, shirts outside their trousers. Brian, as a dapper man yourself, not something you'd be in favour of?
Old school would suggest you should tuck your shirt in.
I'd go more along the laissez-faire route, whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Well, the bugle seems to have sounded once again. Zazai trying to go down the ground, getting it off a thick inside edge past mid-on. He'll pick up a couple. Coming back to what we were saying in that last over, David, about Ireland and Afghanistan and the fact that they've got first-class cricket now in their domestic structures. Afghanistan do have that problem where it's very difficult to attract players from overseas to go and play there because of their unique domestic circumstances at the moment. But there have been some of the Afghanistan players who've gone and played in Bangladesh in their domestic competitions, and even in Pakistan as well. So the players have done their best to try and make the best of a bad situation by enhancing their experience.
The Ireland first class competition, they're very keen to keep it almost exclusively for Ireland qualified players at the moment.
Over mid-off. It's a clean strike from Zazai. And if the previous one was just cuffed a little bit through mid-on, that was right out of the middle of the bat. Lovely shot over extra cover. It's gone all the way for 6, has it? Well, Andy McBride thinks it's a 4. It was signal 6. In fact, the umpire's just changed his signal. Umpire Nandan changing his signal and indicating 4. And a correct decision as well. 1 bounce for. Great work from our cameramen as well. So where do you stand then, David, on the idea of having overseas players just to lift the standard of domestic cricket, particularly with these sides as 500 is up, particularly with these sides who are very much fledgling competitors in first-class cricket?
You need to get the balance, don't you? Perhaps the 2 northern sides, the Northwest Warriors and the Northern Knights, who are based in Belfast, they've been the weaker of the 3 sides. Maybe an overseas player, but then again, the overseas player would want to be rewarded for his time there, and there's only so much money.
Well, that's the advantage of this competition now having first-class status. Hopefully, there's more incentive for companies to sponsor and get involved in that way. You're right, overseas players cost money. But equally, you could make an argument for saying it's a worthwhile investment by Cricket Ireland or the sponsors or whoever it may be in order to lift that standard up.
Indeed. Also, you have the actual fixture list, which will be spread out through the season. If it was something that perhaps lasted a month, you could get an overseas player over, but you'll maybe have 1 first-class fixture in May, a couple in July, another one at the end of August. Do you fly him in and out? Does he come over for the T20s? Does the one-day games? I think they're quite happy with the situation the way it is now. The standard is rising. There's no doubt about that. The first year of the first-class games, 3-day games, still be 3-day games this year.
Yes, it's a very good observation you make there about the fact that the season is spread out in Ireland. You can join the conversation as well, by the way. Tweet us using the hashtag iCup. A good observation you make, because of course that's been the argument against the 2020 competition in England, for example, that it's spread over the course of a season, and during the course of that season there's the CPL taking place and other competitions around the world as well, and perhaps the best of the overseas players aren't necessarily inclined to hang around for that period of time, whereas a more compact, a more compressed tournament might open the way for overseas players to be a little bit more attracted to come over.
A couple of senior Ireland players who've played county cricket for a long time are back in Ireland this year, playing in those domestic tournaments. Ed Joyce and Niall O'Brien, both. Joyce hasn't entirely severed his links with Sussex. Certainly Niall O'Brien has left Leicestershire, his 3rd county. now looking at a career in sporting agencies, representing players. He'd be a tough man for that business, wouldn't he?
That's gone high. Has it gone far enough? Yes, it has. It's cleared Ed Joyce at long on. Good clean hit from Dowlett Zadran. 6 more. And the runs pepper up on the scoreboard once more. Afghanistan now at the end of the over. 508 for 8.
Another very clean hit. Straight through the line. Ed Joyce with his shirt out down there at long on. Interested for a little while, but then got himself positioned just inside the ropes, or the what do we call the rope here, Brian? It's a sort of small barrier of some sort, isn't it? There must be a name for it.
Skirting, I think, or boundary hatching, perhaps.
Oh, hatching! I like that.
Much nicer for the players to run into that if they're skidding to try and stop the ball going into the boundary than running into a piece of rope. Oh, that's been hit cleanly. Straight to the fielder. Anderson's out there and no run. They opt not to take the single there. Zazai decides to keep the strike, which is slightly unusual, you would say, given that these two, well, they've now added 80 for this 9th wicket, and Zadran seems to be seeing the ball pretty well.
Maybe Zaza saying, yeah, we've only got a couple of overs left. I've still got my eyes on those 3 figures.
Yeah, maybe the message has come out from the dressing room, or there was a time that was indicated at lunch.
Zaza knows if he gets into the 90s there won't be a declaration. There's no way his skipper's going to clap his hands together and pull off with him on 93, 94.
Well, Graham Hick was declared upon on 98 not out by Michael Atherton back in, when was that, 95, the New Year's test there in Sydney.
I was there, Brian. One of the cruelest things I've ever seen on a cricket field, I think.
And Rahul Dravid declared on Sachin Tendulkar. What did he have there? 194, I think it was, in a test match. So these things have happened. And let's reiterate the fact that Afghanistan need to win this match, so they need to give themselves the maximum amount of time to bowl Ireland out twice. Oh, was that taken by Niall O'Brien? What a fantastic catch. Oh, that's brilliant. Low to his right. He thinks he's caught it. The two umpires are coming together to have a discussion. Zaza is still out in the middle. But I'm pretty sure that was an excellent grab by Niall O'Brien. It went fast and it went low. What are the umpires going to decide here? Umpire Pakteen on the left, umpire Nandan on the right. Lengthy discussion. Oh, they're saying not out. Goodness me, Niall O'Brien is absolutely livid about that. They're saying they can't be sure, the umpires, that that ball carried. And Niall O'Brien is saying to Zaza, look, I caught it. Let's have another look here now. Well, there's a little bit of bad feeling out there. There's some words being exchanged. Let's have another look here from this angle. Well, the hand was on the ground, but it looked from that angle that the ball did carry and was taken cleanly. But look, there's still some chat out on the ground now between the players. There's some clear bad feeling about that. That's from mid-wicket, that angle. That doesn't really show us a great deal. But yeah, there's some bad feeling out there now that's been engendered by the fact that Zazai stood there. He's perfectly within his rights to stand there and wait for the umpire to make a decision. Here we go again. Slightly unsavoury moment that, David.
Yes, and moments like that following the controversial run out in Belfast last year, that's looks to me like a pretty good catch. In fact, that looks a very, very good catch, as you initially called it, Brian.
And it just adds to the frustration that Ireland are feeling. They've been out there for more than 4 sessions. Niall O'Brien, he's kept pretty well, you have to say, in difficult conditions for the keeper. Sort of catch you dream about as a keeper, this one.
That's a catch.
That's out, isn't it?
Well, obviously not. But it is a good catch. Niall O'Brien having a little natter with the victim, or the man who should have been the victim, Zaza. Anderson to continue, to change a bowler rather. And that's smashed away for 4, short delivery.
Too short in length. Anderson already taken for 86. Picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. Managed to get a hand on it. Would have just gone for another single only. There's a man at long off which should have come around to covering that. Oh, loud appeal again. Interesting to see the reaction of Anderson towards the umpire. Wasn't a very pleasing one, to say.
More interesting, I think, was the reaction of the slips. Neither of the slips, who were just, what, 3 or 4 metres from the bat, were up for that appeal.
These runs would hurt Ireland. The tail has been wagging for Afghanistan all morning, especially after the first hour of play. And runs continue to flow. 5-1-6 for 8.
Ireland thinking they had Zaza in the previous over. Would then had been just one wicket away from taking the declaration out of the equation.
A good batting card if you're an Afghanistan supporter. Everybody getting runs. Good runs. Dash down the wicket, wants to come back for 2. Zazai putting pressure on Ed Joyce down at the third man region. Nearing his 100 is Zazai. Knows he'll possibly be nearing, if not a declaration, at least some sort of an indication from the dressing room to either push up the scoring rate or maybe just walk back and give Ireland a chance to bat. One end, Zadran is closing in on, Zaza is closing in on 100 and Zadran is closing in on a 50.
And Afghanistan skipper closing in on a declaration, I think.
We've spoken all morning about it. They seem to have other ideas. They want to keep continuing batting as long as possible. Don't seem in a rush to declare. Having a discussion with the coach, Lalchand Rajput, in the dugout. Maybe just checking what is the message that as a captain he would be wanting to send out. Stanigzai. He seems all ready. He's not waiting in the dressing room to have a changeover and then change into his whites. He's already in the mold of coming out there and defending his target. Tired legs, been out there fielding since yesterday, beat it in the thick of things, Porterfield. Maybe comes out to open the batting as well with Ed Joyce. Short, excellent shot. And you see a tail ender hitting a drive as beautiful as this. You can't not appreciate the fact that Afghanistan really bats deep.
What's that?
Number 8 batter, Zazai, driving through the covers. Beautiful shot.
No reason why we can't do the same.
End of the over, 5-1 for 8.
Plenty of thinking going on there, but they clearly don't want to declare it. Just yet.
They look in control as well. The body language is pretty firm, confident. Anderson being preferred ahead of McBrien. continue the bowling.
You do feel as soon as Zaza gets his 100, if he gets his 100, that will be the signal for the declaration.
Comes back for 2. Slight hesitation. A misfield as well, helping the cause. Doesn't want to miss out on any opportunity of scoring runs. He's got a new spring in his stride. Zaza into the 90s. Oh, what an effort. If you just look at the number 8 coming out there, even batting at 91 right now. What an effort from the team to really make sure that he went safely back into the hunt yesterday while batting with Stanigzai. Wasn't out cheaply, playing a loose shot. Every moment he spent out there with his skipper, he grew in confidence. And now, you look at him. He's really held the innings together after Stanigzai departed. And continues to control the innings. Now the single, the completion of the over. 524 for 8.
Well, if he does get to his century, this moment will certainly be mentioned again and again, with the Niall O'Brien taking what appeared to us to be a very good catch. Any thoughts on that? Please let us know on Twitter, #iCup. There it is on the bottom of the screen now. We've had lots of correspondence today. Thank you very much for that. Always appreciated.
Peter Chase. Oh, beautiful flip. It doesn't seem like a batter would be heavy batting at number 8, Zaza. Wasn't there in the 50 over or the T20s for Afghanistan. Niall O'Brien and Gary Wilson were the ones who were keeping wickets. Gary Wilson kept wickets in the T20 format, or in the absence of Niall O'Brien in one of the one-day internationals. Up in the air, should be taken. Oh, falling in no man's land, just between the cover and the mid-off fielder, while a no ball is being signalled.
Away from 9, lads.
Just trying to force the pace on the onside, maybe looking for a single. Misfield, but no harm done further. Just a single.
Ireland really need to keep these batters out there as long as possible, keep things tight.
What a beautiful shot this is. Excellent over the infield. 6 runs more to Zazai. He moves up to 99.
30.
100 partnership also comes up. What an effort from Zadran as well, contributing in that 100. Inside out, using the pace of chase to clear the fence. An excellent cricketing shot. 17 sixes. 4 out of those goes to Zazai. And that strike rate is ever increasing. .99 Zazai. Down the ground, plays it on the onside, wants to come back for another one, doesn't need to, it's gone for a boundary. Off goes the helmet, thanks the Lord above. An appreciation from the dressing room as well. And a whistle to call the players back. Declaration from the skipper, Asghar Stanigzai.
533 for 8 declared. A massive total. And the skipper has called them off. I think Zaza wanted to go on. Nothing was going to stop him.
What an achievement from Zazai. Valiant dive in to stop that boundary. Clearing the fielder. No mistake even at the scorers, even if you're on 99, once you get a boundary. 103 not out. Partnership of 108 of 140 deliveries between Zadran and Zazai. And isn't that a great reception? The entire team applauding your effort. The coach, Lalchand Rajput, congratulating Zazai. He's rushing off quickly because he'll be quickly changing his leg guards and been asked to come back to keep the wickets for his own team. 536 for 8 Afghanistan.
Ireland players looking tired as they come off, but they've got to be. They've got to pick themselves up now. They've got a big task. First innings points, they need 537 runs. Delighted with himself there, and off camera we saw Niall O'Brien, wicketkeeper, going over and just shaking his hand as he came off the wicketkeepers union, although O'Brien not too happy with that incident 20 minutes ago.
What a batting card for Afghanistan. Shahzad 85, Shabir 15, Rahmat Shah 46, skipper Stanigzai 145, Jamal for 73, Shahidi the only player to miss out on getting out for 2, Nabi for 11, and Zazai. What an effort, 103 not out, and a partnership with Zadran of 32.
Ireland bowlers will probably won't want to see their bowling figures. They did have some success though. That was the early one for Andy McBride. Very soft dismissal of Shahzad. Paul Sterling taking the catch, went off the field soon after. Good catch there for Niall O'Brien, standing up to the stumps to Anderson. Anderson's 2 victims. Not the best ball that Chase bowled, but it got him a wicket. Sharp catch there at slip off McBride. His second victim. A stumping, smart piece of work by Niall O'Brien. That ball did turn. That one, Rashid Khan just missing a straight one, yorking himself, and that was the last wicket to fall. If you're an Ireland bowler, you can look away now, because here comes the list of the bowling figures. And 2 going for 100. I was impressed with Peter Chase. Stuck to his task well. Young fast bowler. George Dockrell perhaps not at his best, but picked up a couple of wickets this morning. In fact, the only 2 wickets to fall today. When Ireland turned up this morning, Anjum, Afghanistan 357 for 6. They might even have had thoughts of bowling them out for around 400.
Yes, absolutely. After yesterday's performance, they would have fancied coming out in the morning and getting them cheaply, as less a total as possible. But Afghanistan having other ideas, just ensuring they make sure that Ireland is out there in the field for as long as possible. Great effort from the skipper, and of course Zazai partnering him, ensuring that they get in excess of 500 and make Ireland struggle in the sun for as long as possible.
Well, we'll take a short break here. We'll be back at the start of the Ireland reply. They need 537 for a first innings lead.
Welcome back to the Shahid Vijay Singh Patik Sports Complex here in Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, and we're about to start the Ireland innings in this ICC Intercontinental Cup match between Afghanistan and Ireland. And this is what Afghanistan have done. They've declared at 537 for 8 after Zazai completed his maiden first-class 100. And what an imposing scorecard that is. Zazai's 100, Stanekzai, the captain, getting 100 as well. Half centuries for Shahzad at the top of the order. Also Jamal. And an ugly looking card from an Ireland perspective, and this is equally ugly from an Irish perspective as well. The bowling figures. Two bowlers going past the 100 mark. George Dockrell, the most successful of the bowlers, getting through 45 overs. 3 for 160 though, very expensive. And that 9th wicket partnership, 109 unbroken between Zazai and Zadran. The Irish opening batsmen are out there. There's the captain, William Porterfield, on strike. And there's no Paul Sterling at the non-striker's end. It's Ed Joyce who's opening up alongside Porterfield, because yesterday Sterling suffered that injury to his hand. Hasn't been on the field since the midway point of yesterday's play. And Zahir Khan is going to open up, the left arm wrist spinner. So straight away, Afghanistan opening up with spin. We've got a slip, silly mid off, forward short leg, short extra cover. Zahir Khan, 19 wickets in this tournament already, and looking to add to it. In fact, I'm sorry, it's Mohammed Nabi. My mistake. Mohammed Nabi opening up. Mohammed Nabi, the off spinner, the former captain. Need to get my glasses sorted out, don't I? From distance. Big shout for LBW. Not out. Porterfield looking for the sweep shot. I think he got his pad outside the line of off stump. He did quite clearly there. And umpire Pakteen saying not out. This is going to be trial by spin for the Irish batsman. Anjum Chopra, the former India captain, alongside me. And this really is the business part of the match now.
Thanks, Brian. Yes, clearly Afghanistan feels that spin is the only way and the best way to attack the Irish batters. Porterfield off the mark, gets a boundary down to the fine leg region. Neo cricket ball, a hint of angled as he's bowling round the wicket as well. Watchfully played, 4 without loss, Ireland. It's not the first time that Mohammed Nabi has bowled the first over. They prefer the Irish team to be facing spin, but Mohammed Nabi has been bowling with the neo cricket ball even in the shorter format of the game. Daulat Zadran, who was about 12 minutes back, batting at the other end along with Zazai, will have the new ball from the far end. Two slips, gully. Men catching for the left-hander, Ed Joyce. Regulation field. The time that he's spent out there batting, Zadran, I've ensured that he's nicely warmed up. He doesn't need any loose deliveries to be thrown or offered as freebies to the Irish batters. Change of field. The mid-wicket comes into the extra cover region. He's confident that he's hitting a good rhythm. Get the ball away from the left-hander. Ah, beautifully timed. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Off the mark, Ed Joyce with a couple.
Bit of a chase for Rashid Khan. Expect we'll see him in action with the ball very soon. Two slips and a gully in position. It's a difficult one for the batting side, isn't it, Anjum, because they're faced with such an imposing score, 537. Where do you even begin to think about chasing down a score like that?
Nice carry. Good bounce, well left as well by Joyce. But these two, Ed Joyce and Porterfield, are the most experienced presently. Of course, Paul Sterling, unsure whether he comes back to bat or not. The two experienced players know exactly how to bat in sessions and not get overawed by the end result, what they're chasing. 6 without loss.
What's happening, but the two umpires are having a lengthy chat with Asghar Stanikzai. They're not happy about something. I think they're asking is Rashid Khan and Daulat Zadran are not to be wearing white sun hats, they want them to be wearing red sun hats. Well, go figure. I don't think I've ever seen it like that in my life. Anjum. Is there a regulation that says every hat has to be the same colour?
Yes, there is one. In the first session of play, ideally it is a norm and it's a considered rule that you have to wear your country's colours, the national colours.
Well, it's always the way with Australia under Steve Waugh and subsequently under Ricky Ponting. and captains beyond that, that the first session that an Australian side had in the field, they always wear their bag greens. But I certainly wasn't aware that it was a definitive regulation now that everyone has to wear the same coloured sun hat or same coloured cap. Well bowled. Spin Nabi.
Captain Mohammad Nabi. What's interesting to see was the ball turning away from the left hand just a little bit. Encouraging signs. Slip, Selimadov, forward short leg and waiting.
Out. Joyce has been given out. LBW swing in Portfield, I should say, given LBW swing. First wicket goes down for Ireland, and the Irish captain leaves the ground. Well, we'd seen a big appeal in Nabi's previous over for LBW, which turned down when it looked to the batsman and got his foot outside the line of off stump. Question is, did he get his foot outside the line of off stump here? It doesn't look to me on that replay as though he did. And umpire Packeen deciding that was going to go on to hit the stumps. Nabi strikes, Porterfield out for 4, Ireland in early trouble, 6 for 1. Andrew Balbirnie in number 3. We've lost William Porterfield. So a right-hander in now to join Ed Joyce. That's the end of Mohammad Nabi's over, his second, the third of the innings. And Afghanistan making an early incision into the top order after declaring 537 for 8. Dadzarun to continue. Well, that's beautifully timed by Joyce, backward a square on the offside. That's raced away for 4.
Timed it well, did Ed Joyce. Didn't bother crossing over for a single as well. Not even trying to move once he knew that the ball has gone past the slip and gully region.
So the first wicket going down then. Willie Porterfield departing.
It's always dangerous to deploy the horizontal bat shot to a new cricket ball, striking line of stumps. Porterfield, the man in form for Ireland, has been throughout the series. Afghanistan will be happy to see the back of him on day 2 itself.
Was it the right option, Anjum, to play the horizontal bat shot? If the ball's turning, it's often a means of rotating strike. Rashid Khan at cover.
I believe it would have been better if he had played it the straight bat. And the reason I say is not because of his downfall, it's just because it's a newer cricket ball. You're not looking to score runs at brisk. He just started batting the first innings, chasing in excess of 500, been out there. The footwork wouldn't be that great. So one understands that the ball sometimes picks a decision of playing an attacking shot or staying glued to the crease. Unlucky to pick up a gap over there, Edwish and phone. But for Porterfield, one will have to realize that it must have been a tired shot. Around the wicket and off-spinner bowling into the body, can be tempted to deploying a sweep. Couple of centuries for Afghanistan in exile. 145 as 103 not from Zai. Early on, Shahzad 85 on day one. Doctor picking up 3 wickets, a couple each for Anderson and McBride. But the big one, Mohammad Nabi, in the previous over, getting the Irish skipper Porterfield.
Well, it's lovely to see Andrew Balbirnie back playing again. Had a long-term hip injury, required surgery last year, released by Middlesex during last season. Back in action now. Played a match innings in one of the one-day internationals at Cedis, ICC Intercontinental Cup encounter. Plenty company for him out there at the moment though. Slip, silly point, forward short leg, short mid-on. And plenty of rattle there as well. Bit of chat from the Afghan players, as you'd expect.
I would be keen to getting that fielder from mid-wicket out to Dali region. The new cricket ball now pitches the ball through a slip and a gully. You got a shot mid-wicket in catching. You can hit that fielder or do away with it, but you need more men catching around the bat. You need to cover more air for any of the outside edges possibly can go in the air.
Big shout for LBW. Not out, says umpire Pakteen. He got a good side in there, Andrew Balbirnie. That's probably what saved him.
Yes, bat and pad coming out together. It was all looking to play shot. The bat was ahead of the pad. And possibly the ball turning a bit too much.
It was a shout, no question about that.
Good thing he's trying to make Balbirnie play at every ball. He's not bowling at an area where he has an option of leaving the ball outside off stump or ball angling down the side. He's making him get at it with the bat ahead of his pad.
The umpire's just miscounting there. By Pakteen not to see that 6 balls had been bowled. Just as Mohammad Nabi was on his way. Perhaps we'll come back to that.
Stop.
10 for 1, Ireland. Long way behind the 537 for 8 that Afghanistan posted before they declared. William Porterfield departing early. We've got Paul Stirling listed at number 6 there. We don't know when he will come into bat, if indeed he will. He suffered an injury to his left hand yesterday. And an early change for Afghanistan, just a couple of overs for Daulat Zadran from the tennis court's end. And Rashid Khan, the leg spinner, coming into the attack. Very effective in the limited overs matches against Ireland. little bit of loose leather on the ball already, which the umpire is happy to trim off. And that's another illustration of the fact that this is a very, very abrasive surface, very dry surface. So Rashid Khan, this really will be a test for these Ireland batsmen. He's only played one first-class match before this, you know, Anjem. That was against England Lions in Dubai last December, 12 for 122. That's the England second team, basically, England national second team. So he's got a pretty good pedigree early on in his first-class career.
Has a good T20 performance to back that performance as well from the first-class days, picking up 12 wickets. As the slip cordon gets strengthened for Rashid Khan. 2 slips now to join the silly mid-off and a forward shot like fielder.
Yes, he picked up 9 wickets in the 3 2020 internationals that were played between these two sides on this ground, including in the second match, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 3. And in the one-day internationals, 4 for 48 in the first game, 6 for 43 in the second, none for 44 in game 3, 2 for 50 in game 4, and 4 for 29 in the deciding match. So 16 wickets in 5 one-day internationals, and an appeal for a catch behind. Not out, says umpire Nandan.
This is going to be exciting stuff. They're going to be appealing for everything. Any sound that is on offer, that appeal is going to become louder and louder. Umpire not getting under that pressure. Off the mark, Balbirnie with a single.
Well, this is going to be the order of the day over the next little while. Men round the bat, lots of appealing, the ball spinning sharply. Real test for these Irish batsmen. It's the end of Rashid Khan's first over. Ireland 12 for 1. Afghanistan began today at 357 for 6, so they pressed on, adding 180 runs for the loss of just a couple of wickets. Afzal Zazai getting his maiden first-class 100. Asghar Staniksai going on to make 145. The 2 wickets that fell today, both going to George Dockrell. And already Ireland have lost their captain, William Porterfield, LBW to Mohammed Nabi. It's Nabi to continue now from the pavilion end.
It's got Taulat Bad Sadran, the lone pacer for Afghanistan. And he only got a couple of overs to roll his arm over. Straight away going to Rashid Khan from the far end. I just felt that maybe a few overs more from Zadran would have helped the ball scruff up a bit more, and also ensure that there is a variety in the Afghanistan bowling, especially at the start of the innings.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him later on. He is a real high-quality exponent of reverse swing. Mentioned already, umpire Nandan had to cut a little bit of leather off the ball, so the ball's clearly scruffing up. It's a lovely shot from Joyce. He's crunched that through extra cover for 4. little bit too full from Nabi, and Joyce taking full advantage.
Excellent shot. Timed it so well at Joyce. It was pitched up, yes, but the idea was not to overhit the ball. Two men catching now on the offside, in addition to the silly mid-off fielder. There's a man on the drive, slightly on the cover area, one on a straightish drive.
Incidentally, Ed Joyce now has gone past 1,000 first-class runs for Ireland. When he'd scored 2 in this innings, he reached that mark. He's the top scorer at the moment in this edition of the tournament. But his opening partner, William Porterfield, departed early.
The horizontal bat shot coming into play, and Power felt that it was hitting right in line. Also the ball just going with the arm, the newish cricket ball, not turning much. 17 for 1 Ireland.
Wasn't a shocking decision. I know the Irish are a little bit nervous about the better impact team. They feel as though he wasn't constant opinion. So if Ireland are to get first innings points, they've got to get another 521 runs. It's a long way away, doesn't it? Rashid Khan, his second over. Zadran coming in off the deep backward square leg boundary. Ed Joyce back on strike. I mentioned during the last over, he's the top scorer in this edition of the ICC Intercontinental Cup. Before this innings, 592 runs at an average of 98.66 in 4 matches. Pretty impressive stuff. 2 double hundreds. 205 against Namibia, 231 against the UAE. So he's just the sort of man you want in this situation, really. Someone who can bat for a long, long time. In one-day internationals against Afghanistan, he actually averages over 68 in 12 matches. 200s, 450s, and a highest of 160 not out. So he enjoys playing against Afghanistan. He's not a big spinner of the ball, Rashid Khan. Skids the ball on. Right and left hand combination for Ireland at the moment, so the field changes over for the right-handed Balbirnie. Slip, a gully, as well as a silly point and a forward short leg.
Coming on nicely onto the bat, Rashid Khan falls quicker through the air, likes to get the googly going. Top spinners. 20 for 1.
Early setback for Ireland. with the loss of William Porterfield in the third over of the innings, missing an attempted sweep at Mohamed Nabi. Nabi once again part of the three-pronged spin attack. Nabi operating from the pavilion end, Rashid Khan from the tennis courts end, and we've still got Zahir Khan, the left arm wrist spinner to bowl. How do Ireland go about this then, Anjum? Such a large task they have in front of them, and on a surface which is conducive to the Afghanistan bowlers. What's the approach?
Just like this rotation of strike, Balbirnie batting deep inside, went right back onto his stumps, watching the ball as closely as possible on to the bat, playing it late. And the key is just picking ones and twos. This sort of field will exist throughout the game. The pressure from the fielders onto the umpire in terms of feeling will continue. It's about feeling at ease with yourself when you're batting out there in the centre for all the batters from the Ireland team. And the best way of doing that is with rotation of strike. At least 3 hours or 2.5 hours of play more to be played in this game. $21 for 1.
Interesting move, bringing Zadran back on. Making the most of the ball while it's still hard.
Yes, just a couple of overs for Dowlat Zadran and a couple of overs for Rashid Khan. Dowlat back into the attack. And straight away worked away into the onside by Balbirnie. They'll pick up 2. Stanikzai chasing back, does the fielding. Yeah, it's an interesting decision, isn't it? We did mention a little earlier that the ball has roughed up very, very quickly out there, which is no surprise given the nature of the surface. And even at this early stage, perhaps they're just seeing if there's a little bit of reverse on offer for Dowlat Zadran. You would say that's very early indeed in the piece. Just the 10th over. Maybe, just maybe, there's a change of ends in the offing for Rashid Khan, because seemed to struggle for rhythm just a little bit at that far end, the tennis court's end. And if he does switch to the pavilion end in place of Mohamed Nabi, what that would allow him to do is to drift the ball into the right-hander and then spin it away, because the breeze is blowing across the ground. As Dowlat's operating at the moment, it's blowing from mid-wicket to cover. Beautifully timed by Balbirnie. Half stopped by, I think that's Zahir Khan there at mid-on.
He's finally had something to do, Zahir Khan. He's not got a bat and not on to bowl yet.
In
Key
fact,
role to play.
In fact, it was actually Stanikzai. So just looking round, I can actually see Zahir Khan there at mid-on now for the left-hander. Just to reiterate, David, this is going to be very hard labour indeed, isn't it, for the Irish batsmen in these conditions, especially after 4.5 sessions in the field.
Yes, that won't have helped. Joyce looking as phlegmatic as ever. Calling for a drink. Long way to go for Ireland. Their first target will be to get into tea, then to get into stumps, and then have a think about things tonight.
Yeah, we had a tweet in asking about the follow-on, and the follow-on in a 4-day match is 150. So even that looks a long way away, doesn't it? 388 is their initial target to avoid that follow-on. It's the end of the over, 24 for 1.
It's a mental battle as much as a physical battle out there. As Brian said, 4.5 hours fielding. Ed Joyce 38 now. Very fit man. Fitter now than he was a couple of years ago. He's had hip problems, but tells me he's stronger in the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Just in case you're joining the feed for the first time, good to have you with us. And just to let you know that when we come back from the tea break, after tea, we'll have a little package for you of all the sixes in the Afghanistan innings, and there were plenty of them, let me tell you.
Well, Bernie just watching that one off the pitch, turning it down to backward square leg.
17 sixes in total, David, in that Afghanistan innings.
Which one was your favourite?
There were some beautiful hits straight down the ground, weren't they? Zazai produced a lovely one. A couple of brutal shots over the onside by Stanikzai yesterday off Peter Chase.
My favourite one was the Zazai one where he just hit it so cleanly and so straight, and it crashed into the sight screen at the far end.
Slip, a gully, silly point, 2 short extra covers.
Just tempted him a little bit with a bit of flight there. He's been pushing the ball through Mohammed Nabi, but gave that one a little bit more.
Yes, just one fielder on the onside, and that's at mid-on. So the temptation is there for Joyce to try and work against the spin. On this occasion, he gets a thickish inside edge down towards fine leg. That'll go for 4. End of the over. Ireland 29 for 1.
Joyce, who's set his heart on playing a test match or two for Ireland before the end of his career, so he knows how important this innings is with the test challenge looming. Niall O'Brien still to bat. He's another who's in the veteran stages of his career. Still looks lively enough behind the stumps though, doesn't he, Niall O'Brien?
I thought he kept very well. There was the odd aberration, but you're always going to get that on a surface like this, with the balls keeping low. Real test for the keepers. Yes, and I think he's got every right to feel a little bit disappointed with what happened during the course of that Afghanistan innings, when he thought he'd taken a catch to dismiss Zazai. It was given not out. The umpire's not convinced the ball had carried, but I think we were all of the view that it had. Certainly Niall O'Brien was of the view that it had. Zazai quite within his rights to stand his ground and wait for the umpire's decision. But that just added a little bit of spice to proceedings out on the field.
Wasn't a lot of wicket-keepers' union brotherly love there, was there?
Certainly not. Well, Zazai will point to the fact that the proof of the pudding's in the eating, and he went on to make his maiden first-class 100. 103 not out. 8 fours, 4 sixes. Let's have a look at that incident. Peter chased the bowler. Niall O'Brien was absolutely convinced that had gone in cleanly from the other angle. It certainly looked as though it did, but it was given not out. Nice shot. Chase for Rashid Khan. Batsman will come back for 2. That wasn't all that far away from off stump, but it didn't bounce very much either. Let's have another look at that catch from a different angle. And quite clearly that looks to me as though that's carried pretty comfortably. A really good low catch by Niall O'Brien, but it was given not out. Lovely stuff. That's Andrew Balbirnie at his best. Full face of the bat, going down the ground. And a very, very convincing 4. End of the over, 35 for 1.
Beautiful strike. You do get full value for your shots on this ground. Time the ball, beat the field, it's 4.
And isn't it nice to see Andrew Balbirnie back playing, David, because he had a real injury nightmare last year, didn't he?
He did. He was desperate to play in the World T20. That World T20 February, March last year. And he perhaps put off an operation that he should have had 3 or 4 months prior to that, in hoping to play. And by the end of the tournament he could barely walk. Didn't play in any of the games.
And of course last year was the final year of his contract with Middlesex. He wasn't in a position to play, so he wasn't in a position to steady his case for a new contract. So he's lost his contract with the English County Champions as well.
Very highly thought of at Lords, but got so many talented young players there. Under contract to Cricket Ireland, of course. Cricket Ireland Central contracts.
Works that one away for a single. Yes, he's one of 10 players who've got a Category A contract, along with John Anderson, Peter Chase, George Dockrell, Ed Joyce, Andy McBride, Jacob Mulder, Kevin O'Brien, Stuart Thompson and Craig Young, and there are 9 other players who've got Category B contracts. Barry McCarthy, Tim Murtagh, Niall O'Brien, William Porterfield, Stuart Pointer, Boyd Rankin, Paul Sterling, Greg Thompson and Gary Wilson. Some of those players on that lower category, Category B, of course, are in that lower category because they play county cricket as well. And so they already have a contract in their back pocket. The end of the over, 37 for 1.
A little bit premature there, Brian.
Oh, in fact, the umpires have miscounted again. Or have they? They have decided it's over now. Well, we've had this on a number of occasions in this match, actually. The umpires are struggling to count to 6, aren't they?
It's tough work out there for the umpires. You remember we talked about how difficult it is for the players to do 4.5 sessions fielding. Okay, they're not running around, but they are out there in the sun, big sun hats on. And, concentration can just waver.
Well, what you will see actually after 4 balls of each over is one umpire gestures to the other to indicate that 4 balls have gone in the over, just to ensure that they're keeping a check. They're both counting.
So what you're saying is rather than struggling to count to 6, they're actually struggling to count to 2, Brian.
Harsh. We saw that the reserve umpire, Bismillah Jan, down on the sidelines, is doing his best to count to 6 as well. But as David Townsend said, it's hot work out there. There is the reserve umpire. And Rashid Khan coming back into the attack. So it's musical chairs down at that far end, the tennis court's end. A couple of overs for Dolat Zadran. Then a couple of overs for Rashid Khan. 2 more overs for Dolat Zadran. And then Rashid Khan back into the attack. Oh, it's kept low and turned. A little bit of a indeterminate shot from Balbirnie. It's scuttled through the legs of the slip fielder, Mohammed Shahzad. It's gone for 4. Did it carry?
I don't think it did. The ball kept very low. I think it pitched well short of Shahzad.
Yes, as David Townsend said, it went very, very quickly indeed. It's a good leave from Balbirnie. Rashid Khan, as we mentioned earlier, he's a skidder. And you can see there Mohammed Shahzad at slip having a bit of fun, saying, well, the only way I'm going to catch some deliveries here is literally lying on the ground. That ball bounces a bit more.
Yeah, I think he was just showing there where that ball had that little edge from Balbirnie had actually pitched, and that if he'd have dived forward, which he had no time to do, that was the only way he was going to catch it. Just demonstrating where it had pitched.
It's a good shot, square of the wicket on the offside by Balbirnie. If his boundary earlier in the over was slightly fortunate, that was classy.
There's Larry Leprechaun over on that side of the ground. He's enjoying himself. Flown all the way from Australia.
Just picking the length very quickly there, Balbirnie. Just transferring his weight onto the back foot and forcing it square. And then follows up with a single. That's good cricket.
Sensible cricket this from Ireland. There are plenty of gaps in this field, of course, because Afghanistan crowding the bat. Looking for these wickets, 19 more wickets they require.
Oh, that's friendly. Nice loopy full toss. And Ed Joyce says, thank you very much. Clobbers it for 6 to bring up the Ireland 50.
He's clobbered that a long way. That's over the hills and far away, that one, Brian.
Yes, this is the Shahid Vijay Singh Patek Sports Complex. And Ed Joyce has hit that one into the sports complex. Sort of ball you dream of, really, as a batsman. Nearest thing to a free hit you'll ever get. That's gone a long, long way. Well, we've bigged up Rashid Khan in the build-up to this innings. 12 wickets in his previous first-class game against England Lions, but so far he really has struggled to get any sort of rhythm at all. It's a change of ends, meanwhile, for Daulat Zadran. He's now going to be operating from the pavilion end. 2 spells of 2 overs each from the tennis court's end. Let's have another look at that 6.
Joyce's eyes lit up there. Great bit of camera work again.
2 slips to the gully for Daulat Zadran. I'm just keeping my eyes open for... Oh, dear me. That was a sloppy piece of fielding at mid-off. Luckily, Rashid Khan was backing up to keep the batsman down to just a single, but the captain, Asghar Stanikzai, literally dived over the top of that one.
Yeah, he's had a problem towards the end of his innings, didn't he, with his hip. He's not moving as freely as he could be. I'm not trying to make an excuse for him.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes open here, David, for any semblance of any reverse swing for Daulat Zadran. I know it's early days, just the 15th over of the innings, but we've mentioned already about the fact that this surface is very abrasive. We've seen bits of leather cut off the ball by the umpires already to indicate how the ball is getting scuffed up. And the breeze for Daulat here would actually assist him swinging the ball back into the right-hander. The breeze is blowing from cover to mid-wicket. You wouldn't have thought there'd be any reverse swing as yet, but if there's any bowler in the match who's going to find it, Daulat Zadran would do so.
Don't think I've seen any reverse swing ever, really, less than 30 overs, but as you say, it is very abrasive out there.
Well, certainly with the white ball, I've seen Daulat come back at this sort of stage of an innings and get the ball to reverse quite prodigiously. Different kettle of fish, of course, with the red ball. That'll be 4. Timed quite beautifully by Balbirnie. He just suggested that it was coming back into the right-hander, but Balbirnie managed to clip that ball away and it raced for 4.
He needs to just guard against being a little bit too confident here, Balbirnie, because he's taken that one from off the stumps and played it through mid-wicket. Risky shot. An almighty shout if he hadn't have got some wood on that.
His fourth four, and it's prompted a change in the field. Gully's now come out to a position just in front of the square leg umpire. We've also got a short mid-wicket. And that should be four more. Very nice on drive. Rashid Khan got half a hand to it, but couldn't stop it because, again, it was really well timed. And Larry Leprechaun enjoying what he's seeing at the moment. Ireland rattling along at over 4 runs and over. There's a little bit of frustration out there, I think, for Afghanistan at the moment. Some arms being thrown around and...
Well, we've had 5 balls in this over and 3 misfields. I think the skipper... Well, the skipper was responsible for one of them. Otherwise he would be clapping his hands together and extolling his men to a little bit... better fielding.
Ten runs off the over. Dalit Zadran's come back and his first effort from the pavilion end. Ireland rattling along. 62 for 1, 15 overs gone.
So after that early setback of losing William Porterfield LBW, and don't think he can have any complaints when he looks at the replay. He was basically sweeping a ball off the stumps. And if you fail to make contact, you're always going to be in trouble. After that, Balbirnie's come in. He's been watchful to begin with. Got his innings underway with a few little tucks around the corner to square leg, but now striking the ball cleanly both sides of the wicket.
Well, you certainly can't accuse Asghar Stanikzai of sitting on his hands out there. Yet another change now at the tennis court's end. Rashid Khan's return to the attack, a very brief one indeed, ended by that 6 out of the ground by Ed Joyce. And now Mohammed Nabi gets a first crack bowling at the tennis court's end. And this actually makes sense when you think about it, him bowling at that end, because the breeze is blowing from Ed Joyce's cover to mid-wicket, so he'll be able to drift the ball into the left-hander and then hopefully from his perspective spin it away. It's not short of company out there. Ed Joyce, the slipper gully, silly bit off and a short extra cover. But I have to say, he's looked pretty comfortable so far against everything that Afghanistan have thrown at him. He's looked really well organised. He'd struggled a little bit in the one-day internationals. He got just 1/2 century in 5 innings. But there's another illustration of how comfortable he's feeling. That's an absolutely crunching extra cover drive, threading the eye of a needle. He's got it past short extra cover and then found the gap between orthodox extra cover and mid-off. That's a wonderful drive.
And another close fielder comes out. Now this is interesting because we were thinking throughout that Afghanistan innings that as soon as the Afghanistan spinners got to work on this surface, we'd see some fireworks. Well, there is help there for them, but there hasn't been anything of great alarm, has there? Well, that one that scuttled through low and a couple that have turned, but it's not consistently a minefield.
I have to say though, David, that I think probably in their heart of hearts the Afghanistan bowlers would be the first to admit that they haven't got the ball consistently in the right areas, very much as was the case with Ireland. They're just not able to build any sort of pressure. We've seen Nabi produced a couple of maidens so far, but that's been the long and the short of it, really. Just waiting to see if we're going to have one more over before the tea break. Looks as though we are.
And would you believe it? Another change of bowling.
It's going to be Rashid Khan. First bowl for him from the pavilion end. He's had a couple of spells, and none too successful spells, it's fair to say, from the tennis court's end. But this, again, just an illustration of the fact that the Afghanistan bowlers simply haven't settled into the job at all so far. There have been so many changes of bowling up to this point in time.
Well, your spinners really like to settle into a spell, don't they? 2 or 3 overs tight on the spot, and then go into a 4th and 5th over. At the moment, Rashid has bowled 2 overs in his first spell, came back, 1 in his second.
Here we are. Just that was for you, that delivery. Googly.
Not for me, that was for John Anderson. That was. We didn't see the John Anderson googly anywhere, did we?
So very important 5 deliveries here. Ireland desperate to get to the tea break. Just the 1 wicket down. Oh, well bowled. Another googly. And this one
didn't read it, did he?
He didn't, not at all. It's prompted a change in the field. Deep backward square leg. Now coming up to leg slip. 4 balls to go before the tea break. Joyce just composing himself, remarking his guard. Oh, and again. Another googly. This one pitched in the rough. And I think Ed Joyce was expecting the leg break because he was drawn into playing at a shot there, at a ball I'm sure he would normally have left alone. It's incredible, isn't it? Bowler struggling for so much rhythm at the other end, and all of a sudden he's come on and things have just clicked.
Again, it's confidence and momentum. You bowl a couple of good deliveries, you beat the batsman, and then all of a sudden, yeah, I'm back on here. I'm in the groove. Putting a bit of pressure on Joyce. He's seen all this before. Done it himself. Loads of times at Sussex when he was captain down there.
So 1 ball to go before the tea break. This has undoubtedly been the best over of the innings so far, I think. Oh, goodness me, how's that missed the off stump? It has, and Joyce has survived by the skin of his teeth, but he's still there. What a terrific over from Rashid Khan, and a terrific way to end the session. That really was box office cricket, that over. Ed Joyce will walk off a very relieved man, and Ireland will be very relieved that he's still there too. Only just, though.
When that went past his bat, he must have thought, oh, he's knocked full stump out of the ground, isn't it?
Oh, that was terrific, wasn't it?
Something Ireland were looking very confident up to that point. They'd weathered the early loss of William Porterfield for 4, 67 for 1. 2 Dubliners going along nicely there. Joyce is from Bray, but 50 partnership, cruising, and then Rashid Khan changes ends, and all of a sudden, oh dear, couple of googlies. I think he beat the bat 3 times in that over to Joyce, and well, give the Ireland boys something to think about as they make their way off for a cup of tea.
So there we are, 1 wicket to have gone down so far. in the Ireland innings. William Porterfield missing an attempted sweep at Mohammed Nabi, and umpire Paktin having no doubt at all that that would have gone on to hit the stumps. It was a pretty good decision, I have to say, from the evidence that we've seen. Ed Joyce and Andrew Balbirnie then looking pretty confident until that last over. Rashid Khan, that over from him, the most testing of the innings so far. Mohammed Nabi, the most successful bowler. He's the one who's picked up the 1 wicket to have gone down up to this point. And Daulat Zadran, 5 overs for 25. That's 3 spells. So this is where we are at the moment. Ireland 470 runs behind. Afghanistan declaring midway through that second session after Zazai got his maiden first-class 100. So a long, long way for Ireland to go. How will they get on in the next session? Well, we'll find out soon enough. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Hope you can join us then. Hello and welcome back to the Shahid Vijay Singh Patik Sports Complex here in Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, for the final session of day 2 of this ICC Intercontinental Cup match between Afghanistan and Ireland. Afghanistan won the toss yesterday. They elected to bat and they reached 357 for 6 on day 1. They then extended their effort by a further 180 runs on day 2 for the loss of just a couple of wickets. Asghar Staniksai, the captain, going on to make 145, and Afzal Zazai making his maiden first-class 100. A superb innings from him, well supported at the back end by Daulat Zadran, an unbeaten 32 for him. There were 51 fours in the Afghanistan innings, but also 17 sixes. Mohammad Shahzad started off proceedings with a couple of sixes of his own. Wonderful entertainer that he is. Some fantastic strikes. Asghar Staniksai, the captain, got in on the act with 7 sixes of his own, en route to his highest first-class score, his third first-class 100. Clobbered a couple of maximums over the leg side off the bowling of Peter Chase on day 1. Fearsome blows those. Nasser Jamal, he enjoyed some fun as well, heaving one away on the onside. Mohammad Nabi, a man who's always renowned for the big hit, he opened his shoulders for 1 maximum 2. Afzal Zazai on day 2, 4 sixes for him in addition to his 8 fours. Zazai's previous highest first-class score was 84 not out against the Netherlands, but he surpassed that. And Daulat Zadran, coming in at number 10, played a couple of wonderful shots himself down the ground. Beautiful clean hitting from the Afghanistan batsman. And the spectators that have turned up here in Greater Noida, they were in serious danger with some of these blows. So in response to the Afghanistan batting effort, 537 for 8. Ireland up to the tea break, 17 overs gone thus far, and it's been pretty serene progress for them after the early loss of William Porterfield, who was out in the 3rd over of the innings. LBW sweeping at Mohammad Nabi. Ed Joyce and Andrew Balbirnie after that going along pretty well until the last over before the tea break, when Rashid Khan produced an absolutely superb 6 deliveries that bamboozled Ed Joyce and very nearly dismissed him. Nabi the off-spinner, Daulat Zadran the seamer, 3 spells for him, and Rashid Khan struggling for rhythm at the tennis court's end, but then finding some rhythm immediately before the tea break from the pavilion end. This is how we stand then. Ireland, remember, if they can avoid defeat here or take first innings points, they'll still be very much in the box seat in this ICC Intercontinental Cup points table, but they've still got a long way to go to harbour any ambitions along those lines, because this is going to be very testing indeed for them. The pitch is taking spin, and it's going to be Mohammad Nabi after the tea break who's going to get us underway. Bowling from the tennis court's end, bowling to Balbirnie, who straight away bunts one into the offside and picks up a single. He looked in very good order before the tea break. Andrew Balbirnie timing the ball quite superbly at times. 5 fours to him. Ed Joyce, 4 fours and a 6. But Joyce will certainly be pleased to have got to the tea break after that very harrowing over from Rashid Khan immediately before the interval, when he was beaten all ends up on several occasions. Alongside me, the former India captain, Anjum Chopra. Good afternoon to you, Anjum, and this is going to be an absolutely pivotal 36 overs, you reckon, now towards the back end of day 2.
Good afternoon, Brian. Thanks for the introduction. Yes, I think it's going to be very crucial now at this stage. 2 hours more to play in the day's game as the match progresses. It's a session 3 on day 2. Ed Joyce definitely is going to be the biggest key as far as Ireland batting is concerned. Having said that, take nothing away from Balbirnie, I think he's played really well. The moment he's outscoring Ed Joyce, but he looks comfortable.
It's going to be interesting to see if Rashid Khan can refine the rhythm that he had immediately before the tea break. He'd bowled 3 very ordinary overs for 20 runs, and then all of a sudden he changed ends to the pavilion end, and that really was a tremendous 6 deliveries he sent down at Ed Joyce. One would presume that he'll start off at this end after the tea break, as the batsman slipped through for a single. That's Zahir Khan at mid-wicket, the left-arm wrist spinner. But with the left-hand, right-hand combination, you would imagine that rotation of the strike is going to be key here for the batting lineup.
Yes, it's imperative that they ensure that there is a rotation of strike, the Irish batters. We said earlier that it's the best form of playing the game, playing it from the non-striker's end. 69 for 1. And also with Balbirnie looking comfortable out there, what it just shows is that he's picking the spinners very well. Of course, it's going to be very much a one-sided attack. They've only got Daulat Zadran, who's going to be bowling from the pavilion end now in terms of the quick bowler.
Isn't this an interesting decision, Anjum? Because that over before tea that Rashid Khan bowled, it was easily the most testing that we've seen in the innings so far, and yet he's been whisked out of the attack again. He's certainly not been shy in making changes with the ball, Asghar Stanikzai, has he? Daulat himself has switched ends. He started off bowling from the tennis court's end, and now he's operating from the pavilion end.
Yes, it's been interesting captaincy, to say the least. You know, a couple of overs from Zadran after he started off the proceedings. He was taken off. Rashid Khan was introduced. Rashid was taken off. Again, Zadran came back. I would feel that he was a little unsure at that point of time how many overs to continue with a quick bowler. That's Stanikzai. It doesn't seem like a ploy that he wanted to get the shine off in a couple of overs and get the spinner, the wrist spinner in to bowl against Joyce and Balbirnie. And one would have thought that with the newish cricket ball in hand, Zadran warmed up with 30 runs behind him, that confidence of 500 and plus runs, he would have continued with that spell for at least 5 overs, if not more.
Well, he bowled 2 overs to start with at the tennis court's end, then was whipped out of the attack, then bowled a subsequent 2 overs, again at the tennis court's end, and then he bowled 1 over here at the pavilion end. Then he was whipped out of the attack again. Rashid Khan bowled the last over before tea, and here he is back in the attack now, so it's very strange.
And especially, this is not a time of the match where they're looking to score runs, they're chasing a target where they have to go for a win. This is an innings game, and I say that is that you need to have a rotation of bowlers, much like you do in a T20 format. You don't make sure that one bowler just bowls through their quota of overs, and you like to rotate your bowlers. So this is a longer format, just like a batsman likes to get in, spend some time. If for a bowler as well, he needs time to work on the batsman. Need to understand when he's bowling to a 2 left-hander combination or a left and a right-hand combination. It's important that Zadran, as a quick bowler, also analyzes his lengths, and he gets time to work on the batsman's temperament as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if we'd see Daulat Zadran later on in the innings, because he is an excellent exponent of reverse swing. We've seen that the ball has been roughed up already. Umpire Nandan was cutting some leather off the ball in the very early stages.
But it becomes very difficult to maintain a cricket ball when you have spinners in operation, and the ball is not given enough time to be maintained for a quick bowler to come back and exploit those conditions. You need that cricket ball to be used by a fast bowler at either ends, because it needs that maintenance continuously throughout the game. And to top it all, the momentum, the rhythm of a fast bowler as well is equally important as the cricket ball.
Goodness me. I think that's Mohammad Shahzad. At short extra cover, the ball was lobbed to him at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he hurled the ball down towards Afzal Zazai. But to say it was a wayward throw is the understatement of the year, this year or any year. It was closer to Ed Joyce, and in fact it required Zazai to dive across in front of Joyce to stop the ball hitting the batsman. In all fairness to Mohammad Shahzad, he immediately apologised. You can't keep him out of the game, can you? End of the over, 69 for 1.
Like the explanation is giving to the leg umpire now, that yes, he apologized, and you know, this is how Zazai should have accepted the throw that I gleefully offered it to him. Since I am on the throwing end and he's on the receiving end today, I'm not donning the gloves. He's got a polite smile, a cheeky little smile on his face, explaining his actions.
He really is priceless, isn't he?
I'm sure he's one of those characters in the dressing room who are always keeping the atmosphere lively and trying to keep it very light. Have an opinion on everything that they do in the dressing room or outside. Look at him waving around the ground.
Nabi. Yes, I reckon Mohammad Shahzad could talk the hind legs of a donkey. Real bag of energy. Great person to have around. Always an entertainer with the bat, that's for sure. That's a good leave by Balbirnie.
But really, going back to the bowling combinations, Zadran from one end, Nabi from the other. It's just one-dimensional bowling. Remember, Nabi's not a big turner of the cricket ball. He has picked up Porterfield's wicket. Just a couple of balls, really, what we've seen have turned. Otherwise, the more of them have been pretty much straight on, going in the direction of the batsman.
Yes, I've been intrigued by the way that Stanek Zayat has opted to keep going back to Daulat Zadran. 4 spells for him so far. That's glanced fine. A chase for Zadran, but he's not going to cut that one off. 4 runs to Balbirnie. Well, there's a leg slip in position, so it was a shot that wasn't without an element of risk. But the leg slip was, well, almost a leg gully, I suppose, really. Far too square. And that's, well, it was at catchable height. In fact, the leg gully is, well, I think this is a case of shutting the gate after the horse has bolted. The leg gully's just moved to where the ball went. End of the over, 73 for 1. Well, of all the bowling changes we've seen so far, Anjem, I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen the left-arm wrist spinner, Zahir Khan. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament, or was, until George Dockrell picked up the 3 wickets in the innings. There have been so many changes of bowling, and yet we haven't seen one of Afghanistan's trump cards.
Delayed strategy is possibly one of the reasons that I can think of. Doesn't want to introduce his trump card or a bowler who's played less against Ireland early into the attack. Remember, it's just 20 overs into the innings.
Yes, there are some bowlers who, some spin bowlers who have no problem at all operating with a newer ball. Other spin bowlers very much prefer to operate with an older ball. Indeed, in the limited overs matches, the one-day internationals that preceded this ICC Intercontinental Cup match, more often than not we'd see Rashid Khan come on as the fifth or sixth bowler in the innings. It's interesting, isn't it, Anjum, that some spin bowlers in particular do like operating with a ball that's quite old.
Mohammad Nabi is the only one that I've seen prefers bowling with the newish cricket ball. They hardly play a frontline seamer along with Zadran. There you have it, Mohammad Nabi, 10 overs. The remaining 10 have been shared by Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi. 3 bowlers that have been used till now by Stanixai.
Out! Good catch at second slip, that's Nabi. Zadran strikes. Well, Balbirnie's standing there. I'm not sure why. It looked as though it carried quite comfortably as far as I could see. The two umpires are going to have a chat. What are they going to decide here? Not out. Well, we'll have to have another look at that on replay. My first impression was that it carried quite comfortably to Nabi. Here we go. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Well, I'm almost speechless at seeing that. Really, I am. I remember Rashid Latif claimed a catch in a test match in Multan many years ago. But, well, I don't know what you can say about that, really.
I would just, Salah, say that Mohammad Nabi is a too senior cricketer to have known whether he had floored that catch or taken it cleanly. There it is. Took it cleanly, fumbled out of the hand, picked it up from the ground and threw it up in the air. Too senior cricketer to be involved in a controversial act during the fielding.
Well, you can join the conversation on Twitter, #ICup. What did you make of that? Certainly didn't look all that pretty from my perspective. Let's have another look at it now. This angle really does show it quite clearly.
He did take it, yes, but just when he was taking the flip, the ball dropping out of his hand and getting floored on. The best part is he picked it up from his right hand and then threw it up in the air.
Well, we've got a match referee here. Graham Lebroy, the former Sri Lanka fast bowler. I wonder what he'll make of that.
He may be having a couple of cricketers over for tea.
Well, it's not the match referee who reports anything, of course. It's the match referee who decides on any punishment if a report is made, and that report would be made by the umpires. Be interesting to see what their report at the end of the day has to say to Graham Lebroy. Well, I think it's fair to say this match is bubbling. 75 for 1. $75 for 1 then, Ireland. It should really be 75 for 2. But Andrew Balbirnie dropped a very straightforward chance to Mohamed Nabi. But Nabi still threw the ball up in the air. And the umpires consulted and decided quite clearly from what we saw on the replay that the catch had been dropped. We've got a change of bowling now with Nabi coming out of the attack at that far end, the tennis court's end. And it's going to be Zahir Khan, the left arm wrist spinner, who's going to come into the attack for the first time. I've certainly been looking forward to seeing him in action. He's been a mighty effective bowler in this ICC Intercontinental Cup, and this will be a real test for the Irish batsman. It's drilled straight into silly point.
Fuller length on both occasions. That's a good sign. Trying to toss it up, get his rhythm going. Zahir Khan. They rate him very highly back in Afghanistan. It's one of those youngsters coming through the ranks.
Yes, just 18 years of age. He was only 16, in fact, when he made his first-class debut against Papua New Guinea in the ICC Intercontinental Cup in Sharjah in November of 2015. 19 wickets in his first 3 I-Cup matches. He's got protection out there early on, out at deep cover. Just the single. In December of last year, he played for the Afghanistan under-19s in the under-19 Asia Cup. Drags that one down. The Afghanistan under-19s lost in the semi-finals to India. That tournament took place in Sri Lanka. He took 5 wickets in 4 matches there, including 2 for 21 against Bangladesh and 3 for 21 against Pakistan. Certainly a very talented young player. And Ireland wouldn't have seen a great deal of him. He didn't play in the 2020 internationals and didn't play in the one-day internationals either. End of his first over, just the 2 runs from it, 77 for 1. That's really knocked the wind out of my sails there. Speechless about that. As Jim said, of all the people you would expect to be involved in that sort of nonsense, senior player like that, you know, that's
537 for 8 declared by Afghanistan. 138.5 overs. Ireland done pretty well. Balbirnie not out on 41 and Joyce 31. Zadran to continue. And I'm joined in by David Townsend. Enjoy your cup of tea, David?
Too hot, burnt my mouth actually, Angela. Lovely cup of chai you get here, but unfortunately I hadn't let that cool sufficiently. But I'm all right. I'll soldier on. Pass the fitness test in the morning.
As long as you didn't spill it over, I was watching that catch which was spilled by Mohammad Nabi.
Shocking. There he is, the guilty man. Catch straight in, drops it, and then picks it up and throws it in the air and claims the catch.
Yeah, he's been involved in a couple of controversial decisions, Mohammad Nabi. I remember you showing me that picture right up in the morning with his hands inside the boundary, but his feet firmly grounded outside the boundary ropes, trying to keep the ball inside.
Yeah, there's a picture that was taken last year in Belfast when Ed Joyce was run out. Ed Joyce was in fabulous form in that ODI series last year, and Mohammad Nabi had both feet clearly, 2 feet, 3 feet over the boundary rope with the ball grounded. The picture is actually going to appear in this year's Wisden Almanac. Tickled away for 4. Balbirnie continuing to bowl along, but yes, it's appearing in Wisden Almanac. Perfect framing of the picture. Very good picture taken by a photographer called Barry Chambers. And if he'd been here again today, I'm sure he'd have got that one of Nabi picking the ball up off the ground. He's just, as Brian said as he came off air, it's just knocked the wind out of our sails, that.
It's through the gap. Get at least a couple here, Balbirnie.
Anjem, there's been so much goodwill towards Afghanistan on this amazing journey from World League 5 all the way up to the brink of playing Test match cricket. That goodwill really is going to disappear when you see incidents like we've seen there today with the drop catch, with the Zazai standing his ground and denying Niall O'Brien a perfectly good catch earlier. It's disappointing. As an old school teacher of mine used to say, you're better than that.
Yes, cricket is the game which is played, in fact, sport itself. Spirit of the game is predominantly supposed to be kept high than the competitive nature of the sport. That's what sport teaches you.
There's Larry Leprechaun. He's flown all the way from Australia to watch this. I wonder what he's thinking of it today. He's certainly having a natter there. Just things you do not want to see on a cricket field, and unfortunately it was Mohammad Nabi again who was the centre of the controversy.
Everyone missed it. The batter, the keeper, thick inside edge, or buys. I think it was buys. Yep, umpire signalling it as well. And so I said everyone missed it.
Took such a deflection, I thought it must have come off the inside edge, but no.
The wrist spinner.
Missed that off stump by a long way, but another straightforward single there for Joyce. He knows where the gaps are in this field, and he's just working the ball around quietly. Just tempting him outside the off stump there.
That should be boundary. And that should be 50 for Balbirnie. Well played, young man. Moment you stepped out, he's played a knock with a man in control. Applause coming in. They know the value of this innings from Balburnians, stringing together an important partnership. 90 for 1.
Thickish edge to bring up his 50 there, Andy Balbirnie. He's faced 63 balls and hit 8 fours. So Ireland now 90 for 1. I think they would have taken that after the loss of that very early wicket of the skipper. 90 for 1 looks a lot better than 6 for 1, Andrew. If you're Larry Leprechaun or any other Ireland fan.
Yes, exactly. And the partnership that we mentioned about, that was very much important for Ireland going forwards after that early wicket. As I said, this is probably the best time to go out there and bat and pile up runs for your team. Ed Joyce knows that he's a veteran of such situations. He's been around international cricket for almost a decade. That's the boundary that Balbirnie picked up to get to his half century.
A little bit of movement away from the bat there. Joyce will be patient.
Into his third over after the drinks break, after the tea break rather.
It's his longest spell of the innings, Andrew. He's a couple of 2 over bursts and a 1 over burst.
Yeah, that was a surprising move for me. I'd have thought he would have bowled a longer spell than he actually did. He will be required to bowl longer spells. He's the only quick bowler, recognized fast bowler playing in the Afghanistan lineup. Much better delivery. The only problem when you have spinners to depend on to buying you wickets, you forget the fact that there is a premier fast bowler in your ranks as well, who's done the job so very well over the past 2.5 weeks for you against the same opposition, that the focus shifts towards spinners. And you use him only as a release bowler for all the spinners that have been bowling.
It is a different dynamic here, of course, with Ireland under no pressure to score quickly, as they are in T20s and the 50 over games. So they haven't got one eye on the scoreboard and thinking overs are running out. They can bat here for 2.5 days if they want to, and I think if they could, they would. So there isn't that pressure. Pressure here is to keep your powder dry. No ball.
.92 for 1.
towel and a drink coming on for the batsman. That's what's happened today. Afghanistan eventually declaring 537 for 8. Splendid century from the skipper, Stanikzai. Sarzai, who was involved in what's now the day's lesser controversy. Given not out when Niall O'Brien appeared to take a very good catch. Some doubt as to whether it had carried. Certainly no doubt from up here, but the umpires felt they couldn't give it. Sarzai went on to complete his maiden first-class century. Umpire unmoved.
He'll be very watchful now, the umpire. Not that they wouldn't have been, even if that earlier incident hadn't happened in the day with Mohammad Nabi. The ball just ricocheting off the wicketkeeper's leg guards to the first slip. And they still appealed, Afghanistan.
That's not, to me, that wasn't the worst appeal. It could just have nicked the bat as it went through onto the pad.
Yeah, I agree, because the bat would have definitely made a sound of hitting the impact either with the ground or with the leg guard. That sound could definitely be there.
Zahir Khan now starting to find his rhythm.
Should push for a couple. Joyce doesn't seem interested. Doesn't want to push through for 2. Strolls down for a single. 93 for 1.
Keeps the bowling. Batsman having a little natter there. Both from the Leinster area, both will be playing for Leinster Lightning in the new first-class competition, or the competition that's been given first-class status. And now we're going to see the danger man, Rashid Khan, who bowled a cracking over to Joyce before tea, and we were fully expecting him to resume from this end after the break. Didn't happen. This, you feel, really is the test.
Fifth over for Rashid Khan. Just seemed to me he's rushing up to bowl that. He's quick to get on to the return crease. Quick single. Daulat Zadran's has just stepped out of the cricket ground. Replacing him is the man standing at wide-ish mid-off, deepish mid-off rather, Mohammad Yamin. And that's why probably Rashid Khan's been introduced into the bowling attack. 2 slips for him now.
Another quick single, just trying to perhaps disrupt Rashid Khan here with the right and left hand combination. Quick thinking there by the bowler. Flick the ball back. Is Balbirnie out of his crease? A, he wasn't. B, he missed the stumps. Still good thinking though. Took a crack on the hand there. He's not very happy with that. Still shaking his hand. Paul Sterling, of course, incurred a finger injury yesterday. I hope that's not too serious for Rashid Khan. Starting to find a little bit of rhythm, isn't he, Zahir, at the far end? First over he was guilty of over pitching. As a captain, you'd rather see your slow bowler over pitch than drop half trackers.
I do feel the pace at which he's bowling is slightly quicker than he would like. Would ideally want to drop the ball at an area where it allows the ball to turn, grip the surface and bounce. He's not a very tall bowler, so he can afford to get that loop going in for the cricket ball. Oh, that was a chance. That really was an opportunity for the man standing at silly mid-off region.
Very, very tough.
That was a chance, David, any day. If you're a close-in fielder, you would realize the fact that the ball is not going to come straight to your hands. You'll have to make do with a catch. And what's worse, just misses the fielder at backward point region. Mohammad Yamin, who's the substitute fielder in place of Daulat Zadran, gets to the boundary.
Wonder whether we can have a look at that catch again. Joyce looking to play it on the onside. Oh, just reaching him.
It was dipping on him for sure. But yeah, that was an opportunity for the Afghanistan team. Hundreds come up with that boundary for Ireland. It's 100 for 1.
Very quick reactions there at silly point. couldn't quite get his hand underneath it. So look again, look. Oh, this is the boundary that followed it. Nice little late cut from Joyce. Just getting it past the fielder. Some of the ground fielding hasn't been as impressive as perhaps it might have been for Afghanistan. And there's the Ireland card, 100 for 1. Be reasonably happy with that. Here's the danger though. Optimistic shout there. Perhaps just pitching outside leg stump. Oh, cheeky little single. Good thinking by the Irish pair, and again that just disrupts Rashid Khan. Left-hander on strike. Fielders crossing from one side to the other for Joyce. So you've got a slipper. Forward short leg, the position we call silly point, but almost silly extra cover though. Kane Joyce fails to read that. Short pitch delivery, he was going back and expecting the leg spinner to come into him. Ball carried on. And again, didn't quite time that one.
It's hard work fielding close to the stumps, close to the bat. The concentration levels cannot dip at any points of time. As a fielder, you need to expect that each and every ball will be played in your direction, and possibly it is an opportunity of a catch.
Another googly to finish the over. 101 for 1. Left arm wrist spinner to continue. It's a good variation, isn't it, for Afghanistan? They've got the left arm wrist spinner, the orthodox off spin of Mohamed Nabi, and then the wiles and the wizardry of Rashid Khan, the right arm orthodox leg spinner.
Hamza Hotak was the left-arm spinner that Afghanistan played with in the limited overs format and also the T20. They've picked Zahir Khan ahead of Hamza Hotak in this game. Of course, the variety coming in as also an option, and the reason why he's been picked ahead of Hamza Hotak. Buys. Second of the match. In the Irish innings, rather. It's just a slip and a silly mid-off now for Ed Joyce, as this will fetch him another, if not couple, at least 3 runs, minimum 3 runs. So he's picking the length and picking the variations that Zahir Khan has been bowling to Ed Joyce. Good shot. Quick single. They've realized every time the opportunity of crossing over has been there. They've never missed it. That's the hallmark of the partnership between these two. Oh dear, and he's done some damage to his finger. Ball was played at mid-on.
All of us who've done that, we all know how much that hurts.
I think that's Rahmat Shah. Yeah, the fielder at mid-on. That really hurts, jamming your finger against the ground with the ball coming and hitting it further. Oh,
We've all done it.
quickly runs off to get medical aid. And we hope he's not damaged it further than a few strappings that he's already got there on his fingers. Mohammad Yamin, who had just stepped out since Daulat Zadran had come back into the field, has been asked to come back on as Rahmat Shah has just gone back to get some medical aid. Swept and fine. That'll head to the boundary. Balbirnie scoring fast. Moves up to 60 now. 110 for Ireland. And again, but this time slightly more squarer to the man patrolling the deep square leg region.
There's only one field out there in acres of space, and Balbirnie managed to pick him out. Oh, all the ones. Is that a superstition in India? 111, 222, no?
In India? No, I don't think so. There's some things we share with the world.
And that's gone for 4 byes. Gone through everything. Joyce has left it alone. Sarzai's made a mess of it, and the ball's gone very quickly to the boundary for 4 byes. Bounced a bit, maybe. Let's have a look. Oh, didn't miss the stumps by a lot.
Regulation ball for the wicketkeeper there, Zazai.
I think he and Joyce were both expecting the googly there.
Definitely not reading the variations from Rashid Khan, the wicketkeeper, Zazai. 6 byes already. 8 rather. 4 from the far end where Zahir Khan's been bowling. Handsome drive. Excellent shot. Just get a single for it. He's unhappy. There's enough time for Stanexai to move around as he's pretty deep in the mid-off region.
End of the over, 116 for 1. These two now have added 110 runs for the second wicket. Not without an alarm or two.
.110 run partnership of 170 deliveries. That's a good strike rate 43 for Joyce, 61 for Balbirnie.
Shadows starting to lengthen just a little here.
Flat throw from the boundary, nearly from the boundary, Shehzad.
No, not a bad effort from a wicketkeeper, not a bad arm on him. You really do think with Mohammad Shahzad he could turn his hand to anything. He possibly, if Afghanistan failed to break this partnership, he might come on and bowl a couple of overs.
Round the wicket now, Zahir Khan bowling to Balbirnie. Change of angle, really going to show that he's trying to do different variations in order to disturb the lengths that the batsman has been picking of him.
Mohammad Shahzad has been exiled out there to the deep mid-wicket boundary, or deep square leg as he is. His teammates won't be able to hear his words of wisdom from out there. Anjum.
Maybe because of his good fielding skills and a powerful throw coming in from the boundary. You need somebody like that.
One of my favourite cricketers, Mohammad Shahzad.
Yeah, 117 for 1.
Ireland having made good progress in this first hour after tea. That's the situation. Ireland trailing by 420 runs. And we'll just take a couple of minutes break whilst the players have a cup of tea.
That's like comparing apples with bananas as far as I'm concerned.
has shocked you.
Drinks coming to a conclusion then. We've still got 21 overs to go today. Ireland just losing the 1 wicket so far in response to Afghanistan's 537 for 8. This is that 1 wicket to go down. William Porterfield, LBW to Mohammed Nabi in the 3rd over of the innings. And I have to say, every time I see that, looks a fair enough decision to me. That was when the score was 6. Since then, it's been a very good stand indeed. Not without the odd moment of alarm and the odd moment of controversy, it must be said, between Andrew Balbirnie and Ed Joyce. 4 bowlers used so far, and Mohammed Nabi the only successful bowler up to this point in time. 111 this 2nd wicket pair have added. And we're getting ready to get going after the drinks break, and it's going to be Rashid Khan who will resume. David Townsend alongside me. Good afternoon to you, David. And well, it's been pretty good progress by these 2 Irish batsmen. In all fairness, we were expecting, or certainly I was expecting, it to be a real struggle for them in these conditions against the Afghanistan spin trio. But so far so good as far as Ireland are concerned.
It hasn't been easy, but I think it's been easier than you and I thought it was going to be, certainly. There were just a couple of overs, weren't there, after Porterfield went early for 4, sweeping. A couple of overs when we thought, oh dear, this could be a real mess for Ireland. But Balbirnie's batted with great maturity, and of course Ed Joyce, the senior batsman.
Can't help thinking that Ed Joyce is struggling to pick some of Rashid Khan's variations. We saw the over before tea when he was at 6s and 7s, beaten time and again by the googly. And in the last over that Rashid Khan bowled before the drinks break, he was very nearly bowled, shouldering arms. But poor old Afzal Zazai is having a wretched time behind the stumps at the moment. That's 4 more byes that he's conceded. So Ed Joyce isn't the only one who's struggling to cope with Rashid Khan's variations.
Do we think the regular ODI keeper for Afghanistan standing there at cover might be offering him a word or 2 of advice? Just talking about Mohammed Shahzad. Did you see that throw from the boundary? Bulleted it in. One of my favourite players.
That's good cricket from this Irish duo, rotating the strike, the left and right hand combination. I've been thoroughly impressed with the way they've gone about their business here. Remember, if Ireland can avoid defeat in this match, then that will put them in the box seat for topping the ICC Intercontinental Cup table. That's what it's all about in order to play in the Test Challenge against the bottom-ranked Test side. Again, a really well-taken single. Afghanistan, they're the ones who have to make the running, David.
They do. A victory on first innings and a draw would give them 9 points. Ireland would get 3 for the draw. So Afghanistan would close the gap from its current 19 points at the top of the table down to 13. And that would give Ireland just a little bit of a leeway in their remaining games, particularly, of course, their remaining games against Netherlands later in the European summer, and a final game against Scotland, particularly, of course, if they were to lose overs to the weather in that game in the Netherlands. It has been known to rain at times in the Netherlands.
And indeed Scotland. Afghanistan will tell you all about that, because their opening game in this edition of the ICC Intercontinental Cup, that was ruined by the weather. Shout for LBW, not out, says umpire Nandan. Balbirnie obviously got his pad sufficiently outside the line of the off stump.
Well outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, that's a fair enough decision. There may even have been a little bit of bat involved there. He may have squeezed it onto his pad.
It looked a little bit more like pad bat to me, that one.
David mentioning the fact that Ireland's last couple of matches in this tournament after this one are against the Netherlands and Scotland. Afghanistan's remaining 2 fixtures are against the United Arab Emirates and Hong Kong.
So both games, presumably they were away to the UAE, and then the final round of matches are played in the UAE. They're played concurrently, all 4 games played at the same time.
Out. Caught at short leg. Balbirnie goes. And reward for Zahir Khan. We've seen him turning the ball back into the right-hander. And the little inside edge. Straightforward catch for forward short leg. And the second wicket goes down.
No doubt whatever about that. Disappointment from Balbirnie. He's batted beautifully for that 62. Would have wanted to go on and make it a big one. Here comes Niall O'Brien. O'Brien. Little chink of light there for Afghanistan.
Niall O'Brien, the new batsman, coming in at number 4. And this is why he's here. We'll come back to that in a moment. Andrew Balbirnie, he'll be bitterly disappointed because he'd done all the hard work really there. He really did look in super touch.
He was just lunging a little bit, wasn't he, at the left arm wrist spinner in those last couple of overs.
Yes, we saw a couple of deliveries before actually. The appeal for LBW wasn't dissimilar in terms of the scenario. The LBW appealee may have just squeezed it into his an inside edge onto the pad. On this occasion, the inside edge went straight to forward short leg. Oh, and very nearly 2 in 2 for Rashid Khan. It was the googly. Turned back into the left-hander. This is the wicket. No problems at all there. Clear inside edge onto the pad. Straightforward catch at short leg. Afghanistan making the breakthrough, but they nearly made it 2 in 2 there.
Niall O'Brien might have breathed a sigh of relief there because that he wasn't expecting the ball to come hurrying back into him like that, and would certainly have clattered a 4th stump.
Shabir Nouri taking the catch at forward short leg. A very straightforward catch it was too, to end that partnership at 117.
Joyce meanwhile going serenely on.
Again, a little bit of a problem with the ball, I think. I think the umpire's looking for his pair of scissors in his pocket. We've seen lots of loose bits of leather flaking off the ball. It's only the umpire who's allowed to remove those bits of leather. You can see he's got the nail scissors out. And again, that's just an illustration of the point that we've been making throughout the course of these couple of days, just how abrasive this surface is. It's dry, it's cracked, and that's the effect it has on the ball. It just literally rips pieces of leather off it. Well, he's certainly settled into his work from this pavilion end, hasn't he, David Rashid Khan? He had no rhythm at all in the 3 overs that he bowled from the tennis court's end, but he's looked at twice the bowler, hasn't he, at this end? And he's induced the edge. Ed Joyce going for the flashing cover drive. Edges it fine, past slip. In fact, it's signalled as byes. Driving out of the rough, my initial impression was that the outside edge had been found, but it must have just turned out of the rough. Let's have a look at it here. Difficult to tell. It was the googly. And 4 more byes go against Afsar Zazai.
Fair play to the umpire for spotting that one.
$14 byes so far. And again, Ed Joyce, he really is struggling to pick Rashid Khan's variations. There's no question about that.
Maybe just getting a little bit tired, concentration waving as well with Joyce, because been out in the field there a long time.
Big shout for LBW. Oh, the finger's gone up. Rashid Khan gets his reward. He gets his man. Ed Joyce departs. So 2 wickets in successive overs, and suddenly Ireland right back on their heels. We'd said how many times Ed Joyce has struggled to pick the googly. That was the leg break. Turned back into the left-hander. Beat the inside edge. Trapped him half forward. And umpire Pakteen had a long think about it before he raised his left hand.
I think this was a pretty good shout. It's pitching in line there, look, and well, I suppose the only question is, did it just pitch outside or not?
Well, it's difficult to tell, isn't it? Umpire Pakteen had one view of it, and he decided Ed Joyce had to go. Joyce out for 45. It's 127 for 3. My impression there, looking at that, was it had turned a bit too much. Actually, it was hitting just on the outside of the front pad, but difficult to tell. Yeah, it's Gary Wilson.
Should be John Anderson, I think.
It looks like Gary Wilson, yeah. See that sort of scowl on his face. Yeah, it's Gary Wilson. Gary Wilson, the new batsman, making his way to the middle.
Real pressure now for Ireland, going along comfortably. And you've got 2 batsmen who face 1 ball between them.
How the game can change so quickly, David, eh? All of a sudden, Balbirnie and Joyce, who are looking so good, both now back in the pavilion.
These 2 are going to have to just battle now, the Afghans with their tails up.
Must say my initial impression looking at the replay of that Ed Joyce LBW, you could understand why it was given out. I was just wondering maybe if it was turning just a little bit too much. Let's have a look at it again now. Was it turning to miss leg stump?
Did it pitch in line?
Yeah, I've got no problem. I've got no problem with the fact that he was hit in line there. Umpire Pactine had a long look at it as well.
Umpire's call, I reckon, on the hitting line.
Well, as the old saying goes, look on the scorecard and we can see there quite clearly Ed Joyce, LBW, Khan 45, Rashid Khan striking. So the wickets shared around so far, one apiece to each of the spinners, and it really is danger time for Ireland now. Oh, and goodness me, that's a half a chance at forward short leg. It was nothing more than a reflex effort. It's one of those ones that sticks or it doesn't. But Niall O'Brien survives. Just hit the fielder in his right hand.
That would have been a fabulous catch if he'd have clung on to that.
This is serious pressure now for these two batsmen to try and absorb, both vastly experienced, of course. What's their approach here?
They need to just feel their way in, don't they? Feel the ball on the middle of the bat a couple of times. Start to pick the pace and the variations of these two wrist spinners.
I must say I'm a little bit surprised. There's only the three fielders around the bat at the moment. I'd like to see another one in Niall O'Brien's eye line here. Especially when the ball's bouncing like that out of the rough. It's the end of the over, and a maiden, and a very good maiden too. Zahir Khan, 1 for 18, and Ireland just becalmed at the moment, 127 for 3.
Need another partnership now. They had that big partnership between Joyce and Balbirnie.
And bear in mind as well, David, of course, there's still uncertainty over Paul Sterling's situation. We know he's got an injured left hand. How effective is he going to be if required to bat?
He'll be hoping he doesn't have to bat today. I think that would be a situation. Perhaps just one more day for the finger to settle down. They do know how important this game is, and Sterling won't want to let anybody down. There's Derek Dockrell again in his impressive shorts. Where did those wickets go? He's looking for them, look.
Well. They're changing wicketkeepers. Afghanistan, Mohammad Shahzad is going to take over behind the stumps. We were mentioning the problems that Afzal Zazai was having in coping with the variations of Rashid Khan. And this is the answer. Well, if you've got two wicketkeepers, as indeed both these teams have, why not utilise them? In the same way that if you've got a bowler who's struggling for rhythm, and they scamper through for a single there, that's good cricket. In the same way, if you've got a bowler who's struggling for rhythm and you replace the bowler, just change the bowler. Well, if the wicketkeeper's struggling, why not replace the wicketkeeper?
Not sure I've seen that when there hasn't been an injury involved. You might see them come off tonight, have a chat about it, and Mohammad Shahzad go on tomorrow morning with the pads on. But halfway through a session, oh, fair play.
Oh, that wasn't all that far away from a caught and bowled. It's a difficult assignment for a left-hander to be driving out of the rough that's just outside his off stump. Something happening every ball here, isn't there, David? It's great to watch.
enthralling, Brian. Can think of bowlers who might have claimed that one.
Thickish outside edge from O'Brien. He's off the mark. He'll be relieved about that. And he picks up a couple.
Talking after the game last night, Niall O'Brien said that wanted Ireland to take the last 4 wickets quickly today, which they didn't, of course, and then bat and bat and bat. Well, he's got his chance now. Ireland have, of course, faced Rashid Khan in 3 T20s, 5 ODIs. Nice shot from Wilson. From O'Brien, I mean, just picks up the single. And they'd also have video footage, but he's still causing problems.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because the 5 one-day internationals that took place, Niall O'Brien played in 4 of those, and in 3 of them he was dismissed by Rashid Khan. On each occasion, LBW. That'll be in the back of his mind. It has to be. Oh, the googly. And they'll scamper a single again. Oh, he'll have to go. Is that out?
No.
Not out, says umpire Pakteen, and in fact they've run an overthrow. I have to say that we'll need to see a replay about that run out. That was mighty close. I thought actually Gary Wilson got his bat stuck in the ground just before the crease. Let's have a look at it here now. Well, he did get his bat stuck, but it was actually after the crease. So that was a fair enough decision there by umpire Pakteen.
Skipper still shaking his head. Slowed down there, look. Comfortably in. And plant a few potatoes where he's run the bat in there, Brian.
Yeah, I was just deceived by the angle there. We're looking from the pavilion end, and I could see the bat get stuck in the ground, but I couldn't quite see that it had gone over the line. And again, short leg very much in business with Niall O'Brien on strike to Zahir Khan.
Was that another chance? Was that on the full? Maybe we can look at that again in a minute. All happening.
And how's that missed leg stump? It's gone very fine indeed. An attempted sweep by O'Brien and signalled byes. Well, they've changed the keeper of Afghanistan, but they haven't changed the fact that the byes are continuing to rack up. That's 18 now.
Shazad off the mark with a 4.
Well, Niall O'Brien, the last 2 deliveries have suggested to me that he's had enough of just trying to prop forward, and he's decided upon a change of approach against Zahir Khan. He's trying to sweep.
Well,
these are the byes. Didn't miss leg stump by very much, did it? And that'll be 4 more. We wait for a signal from umpire Nandan, and that's off the bat. But Niall O'Brien is getting the broom out here.
Larry Leprechaun giving him some advice from a grassy knoll somewhere.
Sweep, sweep, and sweep again. That's the approach for Niall O'Brien. And it's prompted a change in the field. There's a short, fine leg now in position.
There were easy runs there before, weren't there? With no fine leg.
Googly to end the over. A little bit of extra bounce as well. 141 for 3.
Ireland then will have to weather this storm. They'll want to play out these, last 15 overs or so tonight.
A reminder that the follow-on mark is 150 in 4-day cricket. So 388 is Ireland's first target, and even that looks a long way away.
It is a long way away. Partnerships is what they'll be looking for.
Rashid Khan. This is important, isn't it, David, with the left and right hand combination at the crease, just to rotate the strike like this, make the bowler change his line.
Builds up pressure, doesn't it, when you've got delivery after delivery at the same batsman as well. We saw that with Ed Joyce.
Keep your tweets coming in, incidentally. Hashtag iCup. Certainly been an entertaining day and plenty of talking points. We've had tweets from all over the world. It's been great to hear from you. Let us know where you're watching.
Nice that the cricket's actually taken over again, Brian. Taken over from the controversy we had a little bit earlier.
Oh, big shout for a catch. Yes, it's given. Gary Wilson goes. And Mohammad Shahzad, having taken over behind the stumps, takes a very good catch. A bouncing leg break. And according to umpire Pakteen, that just caught the outside edge of Gary Wilson's bat. Wilson goes then. It was an absolute beauty, wasn't it? Did it catch the outside edge, or did it just flick the back thigh? Well, Wilson is out, whatever you might think, out for 4, and it's 143 for 4, Ireland.
John Anderson on his way out. Ireland now in a very, very big hole. John Anderson, the star really of domestic cricket last year. In for the Leinster Lightning. Led them to the treble.
Scored 127 against the Netherlands 4 years ago. He'll need all of those now.
Gritty player. Fighter. In fact, the if you were picking 2 men to fight your way out of a tough hole on the Ireland side, I think you couldn't do a lot better than the 2 you've got in the middle at the moment.
Let's have another look at that wicket. Gary Wilson beaten by the leg break. Straight away they were absolutely convinced, the Afghan players, that there was a little outside edge. Big shout for LBW, not out, says umpire Pakteen. He's under severe pressure. It's the end of the over. Let's have another look at that shout for LBW first up. I think it was probably doing far too much, that. Looked like the googly. Bounced as well. So, here we are. Ireland at one stage, remember they were 123 for 1. 2. The wheel's in severe danger of falling off here for the Irish. Pressure being exerted by the two wrist spinners. Here's Zahir Khan. Oh, and a beautiful piece of bowling, turning the ball past the left-hander's outside edge. Anjum Chopra has joined me again in the commentary position, and you can't take your eyes off this, can you, Anjum?
No, not at all. Can't be away from the action that's unfolding ahead of us. And to say the least, the two wrist spinners have struck a good rhythm. Bowling in partnerships, they've realized the moment there was an opportunity after Balbirnie, Rashid Khan also getting into the act. And the pressure back on Ireland team.
Perhaps we can have a look at that Gary Wilson dismissal once again from front on. Hit something, I'm pretty sure of that. Now whether it was the outside edge or the back thigh. Big shout for LBW. And I'm pretty sure that Niall O'Brien was hiding the bat behind the pad there. But it's signalled as runs, so there must have been a little outside edge there. Or inside edge, I should say.
But more importantly, he was outside the line of off stump.
Here's the Wilson dismissal. Now, was there an outside edge, or did it just flick the back thigh or the back pad? Umpire gets one look at it at normal speed. Anderson now to face his first delivery from Zahir Khan. He's back. It's very difficult to tell with that Wilson dismissal whether there was an outside edge there. That's over, 144 for 4. Here's the wicket again. Did it just flick the top of the back pad? Certainly my impression looking at that replay.
I think what the umpire would have heard is also a sound, since the bat was in a perfect line with the outside part of the leg guards. And the umpire would have also realized the fact that everyone went up in unison, all the close-in fielders. And it's tough to not abide by that. It's just a gut call if you're not 100% sure. Happens in a quick half a second that you get to make a decision. For such marginal decisions, there's a DRS.
Yes, we haven't got all the toys of DRS in this match.
Having DRS is one, using DRS is the other. So you need to have everything and then be very much conclusive before you give a decision.
Big shout for LBW, but again, that ball bouncing quite a bit. May even have pitched outside leg stump. Well, both these spinners are getting a considerable amount of bounce when they get some overspin on the ball. That's delightful. It's not easy to drive for the left-hander out of the rough outside his off stump, but Niall O'Brien right to the pitch there and crunching it through the covers.
Pitched up delivery. Was a fuller length ball. Just trying to get some bounce from outside the off stump. A little bit of a rough that he felt he could get in. Trying to bowl the wrong one, Rashid Khan. As a batter, your eyes just lit up. Or usually are very much aware to any ball which is pitched up. As a batter, you're aware of the patches that are around the bat. You feel that if the ball is going to be bouncing, it might do a bit off the wicket. So there are certain areas that you identify that if the ball is pitched in these areas, irrespective whether it's going to be turning in or away from you, you can go for the shot. You can take it on the full and swing the bat.
Cut away by Niall O'Brien. Won't reach the boundary this time. They'll just take two, but it brings up the 150. Ireland's 150 comes up for the loss of 4 wickets. And they're very much backs to the wall, the Irish, in this match, having conceded 537 for 8 declared when Afghanistan batted first. Leading edge, but O'Brien gets away with it. 150 for 4 at the end of the over. The tweets continuing to come in. Sammy's tweeted in, watching on his mobile phone on the way from Aberdeen Airport. Michael Keen's tweeted in. The Garn has tweeted in, watching the live streaming from Sydney, Australia. Oh, that's well bowled. Not out, says umpire Nandan. Turning the ball prodigiously now. Zahir Khan getting a little bit of bounce as well. Past the right-hander's off stump, outside edge, and indeed his off stump.
They'll be appealing for everything, Afghanistan. Excited that they've managed to get 4 wickets in their favour. They feel that they've just got a better opportunity of sneaking at least a couple more before the closure of play. Still 20 minutes away. Just hope they don't do excessive appealing and create a doubt in the umpire's mind.
Well, we're actually going to get a little bit of overtime this evening, I think, Anjum. We're due 53 overs in this Ireland innings up to close of play. So, you know, I reckon we're going to go just a little bit beyond the scheduled close of play at 5 o'clock. Ireland won't want to face one more delivery than they have to. Oh, that's turned a long way down the leg side and Shahzad misses it. He didn't pick that at all, Mohammad Shahzad. So he's having exactly the same problems as Afzal Zazai had behind the stumps. That's 22 byes now. So 8 byes conceded by Shahzad. It was absolutely nowhere near that. And 14 byes conceded by Zaza.
That's shocking. Very ordinary keeping.
End of the over, 156 for 4. Yes, you wouldn't say that was straight out of the textbook, that footwork from Mohammad Shahzad, or lack of footwork. Ireland still 232 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. They were 123 for one when Balbirnie and Joyce were going well. They added 117 for the second wicket, but they departed in successive overs. Gary Wilson joined them back in the pavilion, and it's all Afghanistan at the moment. Rashid Khan once more. Again, that extra bounce. Bounce is ridden by O'Brien on that occasion, working it backward of square on the onside for a single. Sweep shot by Anderson, and a very effective one as well. Deep backward square leg is quite square, so all he had to do was get some bat on it, and he got more than enough bat on it to get it away for four.
In every over, Rashid Khan sprays down the leg side. The consistency control is still not there with him. Not surprisingly, this is early days in first-class format for Rashid Khan. Bowling longer spells, fielders standing close in. It's a great learning curve for the youngster.
Straight after this, of course, he's going to be off to the IPL.
Really have to have a lot of patience as a bowler as well when you're playing a longer format. The persistence of hitting the length every time you get out there, the persistence of working over the temperament of the batsman and not getting overawed by the situation, irrespective of how the batsman is playing, you attacking or defending.
Single, so Anderson will keep the strike. 10 overs remaining in the day's play, and Ireland move along now to 162 for four. Just watching Rashid Khan in that last over. Mentioned he's going to be playing in the IPL. Sunrisers Hyderabad, the defending champions. He was picked up in the auction for 4 crore Indian rupees. That's just short of about 600,000 US dollars. And he's going to be playing as well after that in the Caribbean Premier League for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. He was picked up there for 60,000 US dollars. And in between assignments there, he'll be playing for Afghanistan in the Caribbean. So he's going to be a busy boy over the next few months.
Advantages of being a professional cricketer and a good youngster in international cricket, rising through, picked up at a young age, identified the talent. I'll take nothing away from him. The performances that we've witnessed here over the past 8 games, the 5 ODIs and the 3 T20s, and now what we're seeing, he definitely is one of those outstanding cricketers that are identified around the world to be watched out for.
This character is someone to look out for as well. Zahir Khan, the left arm wrist spinner.
The one thing I've just noticed is that everyone's approach from Afghanistan bowlers that I'm mentioning about, everyone's approach is pretty much similar. We come back to that. The next over, 162 for 4. The approach of the Afghanistan bowlers are very much rushing on to the wicket. They have a quicker run up, they have a quicker arm action, they like the ball to get quicker on rushing onto the bat. Whether it's Hotak and from the one-day series we saw seeing Zahir Khan, Rashid Khan, Mohammad Nabi, even Shenwari to an extent, who's not a part of the longer format. Seems pretty much similar approaches. Haven't really seen any of the bowlers who have a slower action or slower release ball, getting the ball to turn, bounce, the traditional spinners that we used to have or still have around the world.
Bustling, I think that would be the word I would use to describe the majority of the Afghanistan attack, and this was a bustling googly that bounced steeply. That's his stock in trade, isn't it, Rashid Khan? I mean, he's known as a leg break bowler, but the majority of deliveries that he sends down tend to be googlies, or at least if not googlies, then certainly top spinners. The leg break is more of a rarity, actually.
Change ball. It's the wrong one. I think the reason for that could also be that since the time Afghanistan has taken to playing international cricket or a lot of first-class cricket, they must have seen around the world that the T20 has become more prominent. You're supposed to be more of a defensive bowler, rushing through your overs. And this is only my guesswork. I have no stat to back what I'm saying, but just feel that the players that are there presently playing for the Afghanistan team are relatively younger lot. The past decade or so, they would have had exposure to such international cricketers. A few of them are a fan of, like for example, Rashid Khan has modelled himself on the likes of Shahid Afridi. And you tend to... Oh, that's close. That should be really close. No points for guessing that the umpire has to raise his finger. 5 down now. Spot of real bother for the Irish.
That was terrific bowling, wasn't it? Because it was googly after googly after googly, and then it appeared to me as though it was the leg break. Turned back into the left-hander. Let's have another look at it here now. Yes, it's the leg break, and that's absolutely dead. Well, Niall O'Brien was dismissed 3 times by Rashid Khan in the One Day International Series, LBW. And now he's been dismissed LBW in this ICC Intercontinental Cup game by the same bowler. Out for 17. Ireland in a whole heap of trouble. 162 for 5. George Dockrell coming in at number 7, ahead of Paul Stirling and ahead of Andy McBride. Stirling injured, of course. He picked up a blow to his left hand yesterday. McBride, we know, has been struggling a little bit to pick the wrist spinners. So Dockrell gets a gig at number 7, and this is why he's here. Wonderful bit of bowling by Rashid Khan.
Plumb in front. Oh my dear. Niall O'Brien knew it straight away. He was trying to show the umpire that he got an inside edge from that bat. wouldn't work. It was too far away.
Thing there, though, Anjan, that I loved was not just that delivery, it was the deliveries that preceded it, because it was googly, turning the ball away from the left-hander time after time, and then that one turning sharply back into the left-hander and foxing him, trapping him on the crease. And so it was the setup as well as the delivery itself that produced the dismissal. Wonderful piece of bowling.
Yes, absolutely. Knowledge is one thing, implementation of that knowledge is the other. Rashid Khan, you could see the ecstasy that he displayed after picking up that wicket.
Big shout for LBW again, not out. End of the over.
Ooh, extremely close. But one has to go with the umpire because it was slightly higher on the back leg.
And turning as well. Just had confirmation, incidentally, that Ireland need to get to 51 overs this evening. There were 2 overs knocked off for change of innings. So we're still going to have a little bit of overtime here, but not quite as much overtime as perhaps we'd anticipated. So another 6 overs remaining. And that's a sorry-looking scorecard for Ireland, isn't it? It's all looking so rosy in the garden at 123 for 1. Single for Anderson to get Dockrell back on strike. David Townsend has rejoined me in the commentary position. Well, David, it's a sorry situation that Ireland find themselves in now, isn't it?
It certainly is. I just wonder whether that was a little illusory, the 123 for 1. Maybe the fact that we had to wait for Zahir Khan to come on, we didn't see the best of Rashid Khan. I won't say odd captaincy by Asker Stonekside, because he obviously knew what he was doing, but that over before tea of Rashid Khan, you and I have gone, whoa, hold on a minute, this is going to be problems for Ireland. And then he came out after tea and didn't start with him.
Big shout for LBW, not out, says umpire Nandan. Dockrell playing no shot.
Would have had to have come back a long way, wouldn't it?
Taking your life in your hands, though, because that's the way that the left-arm wrist spinner is turning the ball, and clearly he was turning it in that correct direction, but yeah, that wasn't doing enough to come back and hit the off stump. You have to say that passages of play like this with Zahir Khan and Rashid Khan in tandem, this is why Afghanistan are such an exciting side to watch, and why I think they can make the transition up to test level, because they've got bowlers for all sorts of conditions. Because in addition to these two, of course, there's Daulat Zadran as well. He's a very effective seam bowler. They've got a few other seamers in their locker as well. They've got bowlers who can take 20 wickets, basically.
That's what you need, isn't it, for Test cricket? That's what Ireland don't really have at the moment.
Goodness me, this looks very, very difficult at the moment, doesn't it? It's almost a case of hunt the ball with these two batsmen.
Ireland have got a very proud record, of course, in the Intercontinental Cup. They've won it 4 times. Only ever lost 2 games. Once to Scotland, once to Afghanistan. This beginning to look, though, very much like it could be a 3rd defeat in however many years it is, 14, 15 years.
Anderson on strike. 5 overs remaining in the day's play. I suppose the next question here now is, if Afghanistan were to bowl Ireland out for 387 or less, would they enforce the follow-on?
I think that's probably a when, isn't it, rather than an if.
But will they do it?
If Ireland can't somehow scramble their way up to 300, I think almost certainly yes. It's that sort of situation a captain will ask his bowlers, well, do you want to go out there again? Have a little rest, maybe batsman rattle up 200, 250 in no sort of time.
It's been hot out there though, hasn't it?
It has.
There's been a breeze blowing across the ground, but it hasn't offered much relief. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolutely fantastic spitting leg break. It's beaten everything. Well, you're a good player if you can get a bat on that. Big shout for LBW, and the finger goes up. Dockrell had got a good stride in, but not quite good enough. He's looking at the inside edge of his bat, but he has to go. Rashid Khan strikes again, 4 for him, and Ireland in tatters. Well, if there was no inside edge there, I have to say that looks pretty plumb. That looks like a googly to me. Skidding on. Dockrell goes for a duck, and Ireland 164 for 6.
Will we see Paul Stirling is the question, and the answer is yes. Here he comes. Paul Stirling making his way out has no doubt taken a couple of painkillers for that damaged finger that didn't allow him to field. Would probably have preferred that he didn't have to bat tonight. How often do you see these scenarios working though, when an injured player comes out to bat?
A lot of them will be hoping this is one of them.
Unless your name's Gordon Greenwich, it doesn't work, does it?
Stirling, who needs 69 runs for 1,000 in the ICC Intercontinental Cup. Actually made his first-class debut in this competition. That was against the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi way back in March 2008. It's been Ireland's main batting success of the tour, and this is why he's here. Yeah, that looks pretty adjacent to me, I have to say. Umpire Pactine agrees.
Only question was whether he got an inside edge or not.
Didn't look like it on that replay. So Paul Stirling in the One Day International, 68, 95, 99, 28 and 51, named as batsman of the One Day International Series. Can he reproduce that form here in the longer form of the game? It's the end of the over. 4 overs remaining in the day's play, and Ireland 164 for 6.
And again it's Rashid Khan, isn't it, who's doing the damage. Magical spell this since tea.
9 wickets in the 3 2020 internationals between these two sides, David. 16 wickets in the 5 one-day internationals between these two sides, and now he's at it again, as you say. They just don't seem to have an answer, Ireland.
don't seem to be able to read him. Reading him's one thing, playing him's another, but you've got to start with reading.
Yes, that's what Shane Warne always says. He says you might be able to know what I'm bowling, but you don't know how far the ball's going to spin. It's natural variation. Some balls will spin more than others, depending on what part of the pitch they land on. Meanwhile, a word for this man at the other end. His figures 1 for 26 don't look all that special, but he's really kept the pressure on. Is that going to be more buys? Yes, it is. Goodness me. Well, buys are Ireland's best friend at the moment. That's 12 buys that Mohammed Shahzad has conceded, following on from the 14 buys that Asghar Zazai conceded. 26 buys in the innings so far, quite remarkable. Almost need a long stop.
But the way things are going, it's bye-bye Ireland.
It's a long way back from here, isn't it? It really is for the Irish. 2 more days of this match to go. This Rashid Khan, their tormentor-in-chief. Well, we were speculating during the Afghanistan innings how effective the wrist spinners would be on this surface, and I think we've had our answer. They've got a lot more out of the pitch than the Ireland spinners did. Just keep an eye on Paul Stirling and see whether there's any problem with his left hand, whether the left hand comes off the bat. As David Townsend mentioned, chances are he's taken a few painkillers before he's come out, and he's beaten on the outside edge there. That was a beautiful bit of bowling by Rashid Khan. It's the end of the over. 169 for 6.
Well bowled. What did this one do? It came back. It went through the gate there, didn't it?
Yes, I was unsighted by Mohammed Shahzad. I thought the outside edge had been beaten. It was the inside edge, in fact. What a tremendous piece of bowling, and again, illustration of what we're talking about how these wrist spinners are getting so much more out of the surface than Ireland's finger spinners. And that's no criticism of the likes of George Dockrell and Andy McBride. But the Afghanistan slow bowlers, the over-the-wrist merchants, they really are finding these conditions to their liking.
And they're both very young, aren't they?
Both still teenagers. So what does Ireland's mindset have to be from this point in time, David? 2 days looks an awful long time, doesn't it, to survive in this match now?
They'll have some serious thinking to do tonight, won't they? If these two can survive these next 16 deliveries, get back into the rooms, have a think. Just got a bat. They'll perhaps look to Joyce and Balbirnie and say, well, for a while there we were looking good.
Again, sharp spin from that googly. Oh, beautiful piece of bowling. Fantastic. That's 5 for Rashid Khan. He got 12 on his first-class debut against the England Lions in December. He's at it again. Paul Stirling goes. So the experiment of the injured man coming in hasn't worked. Stirling out for a duck. What a fantastic piece of bowling.
Stirling there, I think, playing for the wrong un.
Stirling out for naught. It's 170 for 7.
Ireland just in disarray here in Greater Noida. It's not impossible that they could be all out tonight with still 2 overs and 1 ball left. Unlikely, of course.
That really was a fantastic piece of bowling. That must have pitched middle and leg and hit the top of off.
Very hard to play that. Big fall from grace.
New batsman, Andy McBride. Let's have another look at that wicket of Paul Stirling to give Rashid Khan his 5 for. A lovely piece of bowling. Perfect length. Stirling plays what he thinks is a perfect forward defensive, and he sees his off-stump knocked back.
Afghanistan need to wrap this lad in cotton wool, don't they? He really is a little diamond.
Well, just mentioning with Anjum Chopra on air a short while ago, he's got a lot of cricket to play in the next few months with the IPL for the Sunrisers Hyderabad, the defending champions. Then he's going to be with Afghanistan in the Caribbean, and then he'll stay on in the Caribbean for the Caribbean Premier League, playing for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Look at that. After that effort between Joyce and Balbirnie, which yielded 117. Khan. Zahir Khan set to bowl what's going to be the penultimate over of the day from the tennis court's end. He's switching now to round the wicket to Anderson. Change of angle for the left arm wrist spinner. Wonder what his thinking is here. Well, wherever you've been watching our live stream today, I hope you've enjoyed it. Certainly not been short of action and entertainment and controversy. Thanks for staying in touch with us on Twitter as well, using the hashtag iCup. Oh, goodness me, throws just hit umpire Nandan. It's Rashid Khan. Oh, they make them tough out here, the umpires. Yeah, no shortage of talking points today from the action that we've seen. Maiden first class 100 for Zazai. Well wide of the off stump there from Zahir Khan.
Not given as a wide. I thought that was plenty wide enough. But
it was one delivery that Anderson bowled actually from umpire Nandan's end earlier today that barely ended up on the cut area of the pitch, and that wasn't signalled wide either. Oh goodness me! Well, we've as if we haven't had enough incidents and intrigue today. Young Zahir Khan is going to have to go off. He's going off with what he hopes, and I'm sure Afghanistan hope, is cramp. Oh no, he's going to stay on, is he? There's a substitute fielder making his way onto the ground. He's complaining about the fact that he's got sore hamstrings. Yeah, and off he goes.
I think he just had a check with the umpire first, and he was allowed to leave the field. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if it was cramp, because it's been very hot here today, and the young man's got through a number of overs. He's gone off mid-over, and well, this adds another little dynamic to the next couple of days. Is he going to be fit to resume tomorrow morning, I wonder? Mohammed Nabi is going to continue the over. Well, well, well.
Does that make a follow-on less likely, perhaps?
Maybe so. It's fair to say, David, you just can't take your eyes off this game, can you? It's the end of the over. 170 for 7.
Been a cracking session, hasn't it? We've had everything in this session, including the moment of controversy when Mohammed Nabi dropped a catch at second slip and picked it up and claimed it.
And there was the Niall O'Brien catch that wasn't as well. It was given not out, and that was Zazai on his way to a maiden first class 100.
It was in the afternoon session. This session we've seen 6 wickets, and that unsavoury moment from Nabi. This will be, Ireland won't be bowled out today for wicket falls. This will be the players will come off the last over of the day.
Bounce and turn from the googly.
Poor old Andy McBride has shown he has no idea what's going on out there. He'll get the broom out if he can. If the ball's pitched up, he'll try his sweep. Otherwise, he'll just try and pick them off the pitch. And at the pace that Rashid Khan bowls, very, very difficult to do, as we saw with the LBW against Niall O'Brien. Ireland's hopes in tatters then here tonight.
Two slips, a gully, silly mid-off and a forward short leg. Like vultures around Andy McBride's bat.
Was it Devon Malcolm who once walked out to a similar field and said, "Where's the party, boys?"
Well, there's only one team celebrating at the moment. It is in Ireland. Well, we saw Rashid Khan setting Niall O'Brien up like this, didn't we? Googly after googly after googly, and then the leg break, which trapped the left-hander leg before wicket. Here's the last ball of the day's play then. It was the leg break, but safely negotiated by Andy McBride, and that should be close of play. And a day that has been utterly dominated by Afghanistan. First of all, they moved on from their overnight 357 for 6 to reach 537 for 8 declared, with Asghar Stanek making 145 and a maiden first class 100 for wicketkeeper Zazai. And then Ireland in response lost the early wicket of William Porterfield They got to 123 for 1 at one stage in the last session, and then all of a sudden the wheels came off. Wonderful wrist spin bowling by Rashid Khan and Zahir Khan, and Ireland simply didn't have an answer to it. It's been a day that's been laced with controversy as well. Catches claimed and not given. And there's confirmation of what we've seen in that last session of the day, and indeed what we've seen throughout the course of this second day. 6 wickets falling after the tea break. Afghanistan in complete control then after 2 days of this match here in Greater Noida.
There's the Ireland card. Ed Joyce and Balbirnie. Big partnership, played very well, but for much of that partnership they weren't up against Rashid Khan. He had a couple of patchy overs from the tennis court ends to start off with, came back, had another one which finished with a waist high full toss that Joyce dispatched over mid wicket for Ireland's 1-6 in their innings. And then Balbirnie going to his half century, falling to a bat pad. He looked a bit tired towards the end of that innings. I don't know, the Ireland had those 4.5 sessions in the field and just started to lunge a little bit, wasn't he, Balbirnie? He batted beautifully up to that point. And Joyce LBW to Khan. One of those decisions that, had it been given not out, I think Afghanistan wouldn't have complained too loudly. Ireland can't complain too loudly that it has been given out. It was one of those decisions. But there's the bowling look. The reason that you see Zahir with 0.5 to his name as he went off just near the end there, the most economical of the bowlers. Now I'll be picking up the first wicket when Porterfield swept at a straight one and missed.
Let's have a look at some highlights then, and there've been plenty of them today. Going back to the first session of the day. Afghanistan beginning at 357 for 6. They actually pressed on and added a further 180 for a loss of just a couple of wickets. Asghar Stanikzai resumed at 110 not out, went on to make 145 his highest first class score. Afzal Zazai finished 103 not out, his maiden first class 100. Some wonderful clean hitting again from the Afghan batsman. They managed a total of 17 sixes in the innings. That was the end of Stanikzai, beaten by quite a sharply turning delivery by George Dockrell. That was Dockrell's second wicket. Dalat Zadran produced some big sixes, and also the more unorthodox shots of the day, including that one. A little draw shot through his legs for 4. But it really was a case of rubbing salt into the wounds of the Irish bowlers. Peter Chase going the distance, one of 2 bowlers who conceded over 100 runs, 1 for 111 for him, Dockrell 3 for 160. Here was Zazai's 100. That followed on from a slightly controversial moment when Niall O'Brien claimed a catch which he thought had carried, but the umpires disagreed. William Porterfield, early in the response, departed LBW to Mohammed Nabi in the 3rd over. But then there was that excellent partnership which David Townsend mentioned between Ed Joyce and Andrew Balbirnie. That was the 1-6 of the innings so far. Rashid Khan really struggled for rhythm at the tennis court's end. That all changed though when he switched to the pavilion end. There was quite a bit of misfielding from Afghanistan in the afternoon session. They really struggled to get their game together. Balbirnie and Joyce took advantage of that fact. It all looked very comfortable for Ireland, and then that happened. Out went Balbirnie, caught by Shabir Nouri at short leg. And following over, Rashid Khan claimed Ed Joyce. Gary Wilson was given out caught behind. Sharply turning leg spinner. That was the end of Paul Sterling. Niall O'Brien had departed before then, as had George Dockrell. Very nice shots by Ed Joyce earlier in the piece. He timed the ball beautifully. He did struggle at times to pick Rashid Khan's variations. There again, the dismissal of William Porterfield, seeing that for a second time. Again, some shots from Balbirnie. You're seeing all this for a second time now. That was that 6 by Ed Joyce. .123 for 1 Ireland were at one stage, but they've ended the day 170 for 7. It was the start of the collapse. Shabir Nouri taking that catch at forward short leg. Ed Joyce LBW in the over that followed. Rashid Khan. Gary Wilson departing. By that stage, Mohamed Shahzad had taken over behind the stumps. Paul Sterling coming in late at number 8, but he was beaten by a fantastic leg break by Rashid Khan, who finished the day with 5 wickets. So there's confirmation of where we stand. Ireland in a whole heap of trouble. 170 for 7, still trailing by 367. Remember, the follow-on mark is 150, so they're an absolute mountain away from that even. And with 2 days to go, it's looking odds on at the moment, you would say, that Afghanistan are going to get the 20 points they want to overtake Ireland in the standings. Well, will Ireland fight back tomorrow? We'll be around to let you know. I hope you can join us then. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage today once again from Greater Noida. On behalf of myself, Brian Murgatroyd, along with David Townsend, Anjum Chopra and all our team here at the stadium. It's a very good evening to you with the news that Afghanistan are very much on top in this ICC Intercontinental Cup clash in Greater Noida. 2-1-2. Hello, Raul. Can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay. Thanks, mate.